Just thought I'd make you all panic for 60 seconds. He's asleep! He's asleep! He needs an ambulance! No, I wasn't asleep. I haven't been asleep. I haven't slept since yesterday's stream. I finished the stream and then we started work. And we didn't finish work until this stream. We're still working now. In fact, our little old laptop here is struggling. We've got 19 minutes left on our export. For those of you that don't know, this whole operation is run from this tiny little MacBook Air, which is pink. I mean, it's the sort of thing that you'd give to a child to play with or study for their GED. Yeah, it's fine for the most part, but come to rendering video and it gets a little bit tired. In fact, I hope we've got enough battery to finish that and stream at the same time. Anyway, enough about my problems. How is everybody in chat? Are we well? Are we looking forward to another fantastic Metrix show? We're going to have to start it off with this non-color corrected, non-sound audio improved version for 18 minutes or so. Then we'll switch to the good version, which is a little high on the saturation, to be honest, but I did it in a rush. But exciting things have been happening in the business world, the Metrix world today, folks. Yeah, but let's just see where we are with this financial forensic accountant. Hey, what do you get if you cross? No, hang on. What is it? What do you get if you cross an accountant with a giant jet airplane? A boring 747. Oh, you see, the old ones are the best ones. Where's our real video today? Our real video. Hello, Jane. Hello, Teresa. Acapella. Satellite man from space. We've got a man from space. We had South Africa the other day, Bangladesh, and now the International Space Station. You see, news is traveling, guys, far and wide. We've got a new motto for the True Crime Metrics badge, which is simply conquer all. Conquer all. Clear a path, you motherfuckers. Coming through. Anyway, what do we have here?
We're gonna figure that out.
Okay, let me know because we're trying to get an earlier flight for him.
Yeah, that means put the phone down, Chris. Look at the judge. In St. Petersburg, they would cut off your hands and feed them to the catfish.
Statement, call its next witness.
They called Mary Hall.
Mary Hull, please.
Mary Hull. Short Hull. Look at that. Oh my God. We've got a midget.
Good morning.
How does she reach the buttons on the calculator? I don't think George is tall, you know?
Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay. Please raise your right hand and respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Yeah, you use the ladder.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
Sure. My name is Mary Hall.
That's Maryhull.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. I know you're a little bit soft-spoken. If you'd speak into the microphone as
Yeah.
much as you
For
can,
some
maybe
reason,
scoot
that
forward.
microphone didn't pick you up that time, so if you could just scoot up, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that better?
I think so. I'll let you know if I have trouble hearing you back here. All right, so where did you work in the summer of 2016?
In the summer of 2016,
Oh, check this out, guys. Check this out. I've added something to the coffee alerts. So every time someone sends a coffee, this will play. Where is it? We'll send the test. Send the test. Okay, ready?
Charlie,
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just got home from work.
Oh boy.
How great is that? Let's do it again.
Charlie,
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just got home from work.
Oh boy.
Send all the copies, guys. Send all the copies.
I work for the Department of Financial Services in their Office of Fiscal Integrity.
And what, I'm sorry, go ahead.
In the Office of Fiscal Integrity.
Okay, and what did you do there?
Yeah, but what do you do when you're not having fun? I work at the Office of Fiscal Integrity. We have a blast. You should see the Christmas parties.
I was a financial investigator.
And what were your duties as a financial investigator?
We investigated all sources of fraud, waste, and abuse of state funds.
Do you have any, or I guess tell us about your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in finance from Florida State University.
And do you have experience, I mean, I know you told us about your job in 2016, but can you tell us about all of your experience in analyzing financial data?
Yes, I have had 18 years of financial data analysis as an analyst, an investigator, and an auditor.
Do you have any experience investigating white-collar crimes?
I do. I specifically have 8 years of criminal investigative experience.
God, can you imagine if this woman walks into like a crowded social affair, like a wedding or something? She must have just this force field, this
Hey,
space.
how are you?
I'm
Hey,
good.
how are you?
Good. Just got home from work.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. This woman clears a space around her 15 feet wide. No one wants to chat. No one wants to chat. She polarizes them away like a giant amplifier magnet. Just, I work at the Office of Fiscal Integrity. We investigate all matters of fraud and government funds.
Experience in white-collar crimes.
Does that include like money laundering and contract fraud, counterfeiting,
Yeah,
embezzlement?
advanced fee schemes and frauds.
And thank you so much for the coffee, Riding Shotgun, the 3 coffees. And by the way, everybody, Riding Shotgun is our brand new chief of security. Yeah? So no fucking around because she's sitting there at the top of the chat in a sniper's nest. Yeah? It's a threat. Take it as it is.
And what I guess is forensic accounting then, like your area of expertise?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what is forensic accounting?
It's the very detailed analysis of financial records and data to be used in court.
Yay! It's a very detailed analysis of financial records and data to be used in court. Oh, oh dear. Oh, God, the mornings must be so fun around the house with this woman. Hey, Acapella says the audio of Katie using the F word repeatedly. Fucking A, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck up whoever motherfuck my ass, motherfucker. Absolutely. I just did this one real quick. And there's like a billion versions of Hey, how are you to choose from, right?
Have you received any specialized training or experience in your field?
I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners.
And have you also had
What?
in-service training?
Hang on, that didn't even make any sense. I'm a certified fraud examiner, certified by the Association of Fraud Examiners. What? I gotta hear it again. I gotta hear it again. I want that on a fucking t-shirt, just for myself.
I know you told us about your job in 2016, but can you tell us about all of your experience in analyzing financial data?
Yes, I have had 18 years of financial data analysis as an analyst, an investigator, and an auditor.
Do you have any experience investigating white-collar crimes?
I do. I specifically have 8 years of criminal investigative experience in white-collar crimes.
Does that include like money laundering and contract fraud, counterfeiting,
Yeah,
embezzlement?
advanced fee schemes and frauds.
And what, I guess, is forensic accounting then, like your area of expertise?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what is forensic accounting?
It's the very detailed analysis of financial records and data to be used in court.
Have you received any specialized training or experience?
Wow, it's so boring. It's almost sending me into like a deep meditation, you know? I feel everything and nothing simultaneously. The secret of all things has become clear.
In your field?
I'm a certified fraud examiner in good.
Okay, I'm a certified, I've got to write this down. I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the what?
Standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners.
With the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Just one sec. With the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. We always knew you'd hit the heights.
And have you also had in-service training?
Uh-oh. What happened?
Special.
Sorry. Sorry. The Ren's just in 30 seconds free. Ren's just in 30 seconds free. Hmm.
Have you ever testified in court about your analysis of financial records?
I have.
And about how many times?
This would be my 19th time.
These are all my questions as to her expertise.
Would the defense like to voir dire the witness?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, though.
All right, you may proceed.
So how did you become involved in this case?
In the summer of 2016, I was asked to do an agency assist case, which was a case that helped another agency but wasn't specifically under my normal routine or purview.
Okay, so that was back when you were with DFS?
Yes.
Okay, and the agency assist was to review all the records in this case to see if there was any links or association with the Adelson family?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you about a number of different things that you reviewed, and I've left several items of evidence there in front of you that I'll ask you about. Well, first of all, did you review several bank accounts for the Adelson family, including the bank accounts of Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Wendy Adelson, and Charlie Adelson?
I did.
Okay. Specifically with Charlie Adelson, did you look at his Regions bank account from 2013 to 2016?
I did.
Okay. And then what about his credit cards?
He had an American Express and a Capital One.
All right. I want to turn your attention to States 111, which should be one of the discs right in front of you. Okay. Probably the bottom disc. And all of the evidence in front of you has been marked and shown to defense counsel this morning.
Okay.
This is like a magic trick, isn't it? Shuffle the envelopes. Now pick anyone at random. I want you to seal your card inside that envelope and then shuffle them again.
You have a chance to review all of the evidence in front of you this morning as well.
I did.
Okay. Were you able to find 111?
Yes, it's the bottom one.
Okay. And is that Charlie Adelson's Amex records?
It is.
Okay. Looking at 111A, is that a printout of one page of the Amex records, the page in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to ask you about several other discs there. Did you also look at the Adelson?
Wouldn't it be great if Sarah Dugan just said, 4 of diamonds.
Institute bank records?
I did.
Okay. And for the record, that's States Exhibit 110. In total, where I guess there are about 13 different accounts for the Adelson family, and also about 18 different investment accounts for the Adelson family.
That's correct.
All right. What about Luis Rivera? Did he have a bank account?
Yes, he did.
What bank was that with?
That was with Chase.
Okay. And what year did you get records for that Chase?
Oh, Luis Rivera didn't have a region account? No Capital One. No Capital One. No American Express. Chase.
2014, 2015.
That's when he had an account with Chase?
Yes.
Okay. And that States 106?
Yeah, he was going to go with Morgan Stanley, but he really didn't like their what do you call it? Doesn't matter.
What about Sigfredo Garcia? Did he have any bank accounts?
He did.
Tell me about that.
Bank of America account from 15 to 16.
Okay, so when you say 2015 to 16, when was the bank account established? What year?
I believe it was 2015 was the establishment of that one.
Okay, so he didn't have an established account at the time of Dan Markel's murder.
There was evidence that he did have an account. It was requested from the bank, but the bank did not have any responsive documents.
Okay, so what we were able to get was 2015 to 2016?
Correct.
All right, and then did you also get, and that States 107, did you also get some employment records for Sigfredo Garcia?
I did.
Can you imagine doing some sort of like corporate team building exercise with this woman where they get you together and, they're trying to get the department to, work efficiently but have fun, and you've got to like build a piece of IKEA furniture and you've got to race the other team. This woman would be the one with the instructions, right? For sure.
Okay, and that's been marked as State 74. Where are those employment records from?
Coastal Masonry.
And what years were those records for?
I believe they went all the way back to 2009.
Okay.
2009, 15.
Up to 2014?
Yes.
Okay. What about Miss Katherine Magbanua? Did she have any bank accounts?
She did.
Okay. And what banks were those with?
She had accounts at both Bank of America and Chase.
All right. Bank of America, her accounts there have been marked.
And this woman takes her work home with her. Fucking poor husband can't sleep because she's rustling Xerox papers all over the bed. Financial records, forensic banking statements.
108 A and B. Was there like a checking and a savings account with Bank of America?
Yes.
Okay, and what date ranges are our records there from?
They were from 2013 to 2016.
Okay, and the A and B is that we had from summer of 2013 till the end of 2016, and we went back and also got January of 2013 to July of 2013, so that's why we have an A and a B there for Bank of America.
That's correct.
Okay. And then what about her other account?
Oh, look, the other one's ready. Let's switch it up. We'll go better color scheme. Better color scheme. Now, where did I put that file?
11 and 111A, the bank records, and Charlie Adelson's Amex record. You looked at the DHS&P records of Sigfredo Garcia.
I did.
What, if any, vehicles did Sigfredo Garcia acquire after the murder of Dan Markel?
He purchased on July 26, 2014, a blue Chevrolet Monte Carlo. On August 22nd, 2014, he purchased a Honda Racer motorcycle. And then on October 17, 2014, he purchased a Nissan Maxima.
Okay. And so that was a blue 1984 Monte Carlo on July 26, 2014, a yellow and black 97 Honda Racer motorcycle in August of 2014, and in October of 2014, a gold 2000 Nissan Maxima.
That's correct.
And did you analyze his bank accounts?
I did. From his patterns were more normal, I would say. His money would go into the account and he would just make normal purchases. It didn't seem to have a lot of cash. He would just use his debit card.
All right. Did he have both a checkings and savings account?
He did.
Now, you said that the bank records that we were able to get from his bank cover 2015 and 2016?
Correct.
Okay. Were there any bank records that you were able to review any time around the murder?
There was not.
Not till the following year?
Correct.
Now, you said that you reviewed his Coastal Masonry records. Did he work at Coastal Masonry every day?
No, his work was very sporadic. He worked a couple of months at a time.
What do you think this woman drives? Something economic, I'll bet, huh? How about a champagne-colored Saturn?
Okay, can you give me those dates that he has paychecks from Coastal Masonry?
Yeah, from February of 2009 to December of 2009, he had 2 months of payroll. April 2010, July 2010, 3 months of payroll. October of 2012 to August of 2013, he had 10 months of payroll. And April 14th.
I know, right? I mean, if she were a man in the late 70s, she would be considered attractive. It's like Mel Gibson from Lethal Weapon 1. Oh, shit, I've gone back to the beginning. God damn it. Uh-oh. Oh, we're really in trouble now.
Magbanua.
Yes.
And that's been moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 111A. Where was the flight to?
Santo Domingo.
And when was the flight purchased?
March 6, 2015.
And how much was it for?
$970.74.
Any permission to publish?
May.
Okay, so here we have the American Express at the top.
Yes,
Okay, and who did the account belong to?
Charlie Adelson.
Moving down here, this is the flight on Spirit Airlines
Yes,
going to Santa Anita
yes,
out of Fort Lauderdale.
yes.
And what's the passenger name here?
Katherine Magbanua.
And here is the amount that the flight cost,
Yes,
$970.74.
that's correct.
All right. Now all of the bank records that you told us about, turning to Katherine Magbanua's, she said she had one Bank of America account, one Chase account, both with savings accounts and checking accounts each.
Yes,
Okay, and those records, are they pretty voluminous?
yes,
Are you, in your testimony today, going to be relying on summaries of her bank records for your testimony?
I will.
All right, specifically, I want to turn your attention to the notebook in front of you.
Okay.
If you could open that, I want to, the disc that's in the side. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Before court today, did you have an opportunity to view the contents on that disc?
I did.
Okay, and that's 81A,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And what's on that disc?
It's the
That little love heart locket round her neck. Open it up. There's not a picture of her husband. There's the equation for pi, or the equation for what is it? Finding the area of a sphere.
account summary. It's the summary of all of her accounts that are merged and analyzed.
And it's an Excel document?
It is.
Okay. Looking in that binder, is 81B a like the summary chart that you did of that big summary on 81A?
It is.
Okay.
Mm.
So it's just a printout of the same of the
She
summary
cracked a
chart
smile.
on 81A.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that the big summary? It is.
81C, is that an employment timeline of Katherine Magbanua with an attached spreadsheet?
It is.
81D, are those a summary of Katherine Magbanua's checks from the Adelson Institute?
It is.
81E, are those all of Katherine Magbanua's cash deposits by day from 2013 to 2016?
It is.
81F, are those a graph of her cash deposits from 2013 to 2016?
Yeah. This lady can probably play Sudoku, blindfolded. 10 seconds. Hey, thanks so much, Cat H, for the super chat. In my Metrix voice, Katie's bank statement is looking wobbling.
Yes. 81G, is that a graph of her cash deposits for 2014?
It is.
And H, a graph in an attached spreadsheet of her income sources for the year 2013?
Yes.
81I, a graph of her income sources for 2014 with an attached spreadsheet.
Yes.
81J, a graph of her income sources for 2015 with an attached spreadsheet.
Yes.
And 81K, a graph of her income sources for 2016 with an attached spreadsheet.
Yes.
And then in 81L and 81M, is that her employment timeline combined with her cash deposits, and then 81M is combined with the date of the murder as well?
That's correct.
All right, and 81A through M, those are true and accurate depictions of the summaries that you'll be relying on in this case?
They are.
Okay, and those are based on her bank records?
That's correct.
Her employment records? Okay. At this point, I would move 81A through M into evidence.
Any objection?
There's a lot there, but no objection, Your Honor.
All right.
All this stuff can come in.
Be admitted as states 81A through N.
All right, permission to publish those, Judge?
You may.
Yes, please. Can you see this on your screen in front of you, Ms. Hall, the small one?
It's, here we go.
Okay, perfect. Do you also have is there a laser there on the witness stand? Okay.
What do we have here?
To the jury, you can aim that at the screen up here.
Mine or that one?
This one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we see here? What's this?
If you need to point something out to the jury, you can point it at the screen. And she said, mine or that big one? Really? You're going to sit there and use a laser pointer to point at the screen you've got in front of you that's small. What the fuck? Does she realize the problem with that question?
This is how I start the analysis is one account at a time. And this is shown that I take every...
It's like a recipe. I start my analysis with one account at a time. I look in the account. I check the balance of the account. And I start my analysis from that point. I go to column 1. I check the balance. I start my analysis and move on to column 2, where I go into another account and check the balance.
action that happens on a bank account and give it a line item on the spreadsheet. It's broken up by the date, the type, the withdrawals, deposits, and the running total for my analysis.
Okay, and so what we're looking at here is the Excel document that's contained on 81A, that disk in the front of your binder.
It is.
Okay. Looking here at the bottom, I'm going to put my mouse right here. Bank of America, is that the savings account in her Bank of America account?
It is.
Okay. Looking at the next tab, is that her checking account in her Bank of America account?
It is.
Savings account for Chase?
Yes.
Savings account, I'm sorry, checking account for Chase?
Yes.
Okay, and then here are your yearly totals and summaries?
It is.
Okay. I'm just going to have you quickly, if you can, walk us through each of these tabs just so we know the specifics of what everything is. Looking at the
acapella, the mystifyingly large deposit starts in July 14.
America Savings. Can you walk us through these columns up here?
Yes, the column, it works from the first summary would get the number column B. So under line item 1 would be the first thing in that bank record.
Thanks so much, Jane. Tallahassee or bust. Yes, I'm still on the case. I'm still on the case, and I think we've got a big step forward, a giant's stride forward with it all tomorrow.
Record. And then it goes down by date.
Thank you.
And then when I've combined the accounts, so I'd have 4 accounts on one spreadsheet, then I give them another number. So it's a coding system. So column A is actually a coded system showing where it falls on the combined spreadsheet.
Okay.
The account number that it's referencing, the date of the transaction, the type of transaction, and then it's broken out whether it's a withdrawal, a deposit, and then that is the running balance for that day.
I'm going to go down to the bottom. How are you able to check whether the analysis of this particular account is correct?
I do a particular check of my numbers. I do all the deposits.
Look, suddenly Katie's got $17,000 in her account. You think that's ever happened before? I don't think so.
All the withdrawals, and then I start with the beginning balance, and I add the deposits, subtract the withdrawals, and then I have the ending balance should match the ending balance on the running balance.
Okay. And you do the same thing for each of these types of accounts for each of the banks?
I do.
Okay. And then there's a checkbox at the bottom of each analysis.
That's correct.
Keep running over that one. Okay. Same thing for Chase savings, same thing for Chase checking?
That's correct.
All right, let's look at the years and the summaries. I'm going to click on 2016.
Okay.
What do we see here? What do we see in this tab?
Okay, once the accounts are combined, then I sort them and then into categories, and then they're split out by year. So for the Adelson Institute 2016, those show the total deposits she received from them.
Okay, so by year, you're taking every type of deposit.
Okay, problem. On the stand, how can I go back just a little bit? All right, 3037. On the stand, Charlie referred to the business as the Adelson Institute for Implants and Aesthetic Dentistry. But here it says the Adelson Institute for Aesthetics and Implant Dentistry. I mean, I think this is a mistake because that doesn't even really make sense. And it sounds shit. It should be the Adelson Institute for Implants and Aesthetic Dentistry. You know, it doesn't fill me with confidence if someone hands me a complicated looking balance sheet and there's a glaring fucking error in the text. You know, what have you done with the numbers?
Okay, once the accounts are combined, then I sort them and then into categories, and then they're split out by year. So for the Adelson Institute 2016, those show the total deposits she received from them.
Okay, so by year, you're taking every type of deposit, putting in a category, like that's all her payments from Adelson Institute. Here's all her payments from cash, or there's all her payments from Dr. Obed. And then do you also do all the types of withdrawals that she makes?
That's correct.
Okay, and you put those into categories, like this is what she had to spend on auto maintenance, that's what she spent at Amazon, and so forth, in all the categories, all the way through her entire year?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you do a summary of that year?
I do. Each one of these sorted columns has now become part of this summary here. The deposit descriptions are first, and then the withdrawals.
Okay, so we have deposit right here. And then we have withdrawals down, like the category of the withdrawal down here with the total,
Yes.
and then your checkbox.
Well, it's 50 days until jury selection. I mean, you know, that then there's, I mean, it's like 56 days until realistic opening statements.
That's correct.
Okay, so you did this for 2016, 2015,
Oh,
2014, and 2013.
Yes.
I want to ask you about a specific one in 2015 that I want to come back to later.
she got 59 grand in the bank now. What is she thinking? She's got that much in the bank? What is this? Deposit description. Adelson Institute. Cecilia Magbanua. That's her mother, is it? Jerome Oped. PayPal.
Oh, okay, it's already up. What do we see here in 2015?
That is where I'm showing that.
Red Lobster. She's going to the Red Lobster. $85 at the Red Lobster. Classy. Was it near the interstate?
The check, but the check bounced. So I netted them out because she didn't receive any real income.
And where were these checks from?
They were from the Sins LLC Club.
Sins Club LLC DBA Fate?
Yes,
Does DBA mean doing business as?
correct.
Okay. And how many checks total in all of her accounts from 2013 to 2016 did she have checks from Sins doing business as Fate?
Those are the only two.
Okay. Now I see 4 lines here. Why do you say 2?
Because 2 show that she had received the money, and then 2 show that the money was withdrawn from her account as an NSF check.
Okay. So a check was deposited, but then it bounced, and so it was insufficient funds. Did she ever receive any income from this?
Not according to the bank records.
Okay. And when were these checks? What was the date on these checks?
The first one was this year. April of 2015 and June of 2015.
Okay. And there were just 2 checks, one from April and one from June?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember the amount of these checks?
Brow obsession. Massa, what was it, Radin? Brow obsession. Nails, massage envy. Howdy, Udi. Udi, howdy.
They were just shown.
Oh, thank you. Okay, what was the amount?
Okay, the April one was $406, and the one in June was $985.
Do you recall what was in the memo line of the check?
I believe it said tips.
Okay. Let me show you this one for $985. Refresh your recollection about what it says in the memo line?
Yeah, it says April 1st to May 1st, 2015 tips.
Okay. So $985 is what she was paid on this check for her work from April 1st to May 1st of 2015 for her tips.
Correct.
Okay. She did not receive any income for this?
No.
Or the $400 one you showed us?
Correct.
They both bounced?
They both bounced.
All right, I want to show you the 2013 to 2016 tab that I have up right now. What is this?
When I combine all of her bank accounts, I summarize them by date order, and then I put in a running balance. So it gives me an idea of how much money a person would have over all of their accounts on a particular day.
Must be quite funny for Katie after being in jail for 6 years already at this point, right? She's sitting there looking at this screen, looking at these payments, remembering that nail appointment, remembering that trip to massage envy, you know, for her hot stone aroma, you know? It's gotta like take her back to better times. McDonald's. Look at this. 4.23 withdrawal. What do you get for $4.23 at McDonald's? A McChicken sandwich?
You did that for everything from 2013 to 2016, and then put your check boxes at the bottom.
Yes.
What about summary? What is this?
That is a combined of all those years you see leading up to it. It's shown
Whoa,
by
98
year,
grand.
each one of the transactions of totals, deposits and withdrawals. And then they're not only broken out by year, but they're totaled by that block.
Wow, look at that. $250,000. So what is that? That's the totals of each year at the bottom, and then the total of all years at the bottom left. So yeah, 2014 was a big year, Katie, huh? $73,000.
So this is for Bank of America and Chase, checking and savings, and it shows us all her deposits, the source of the deposit, the year that it was deposited in, and the amount that was deposited that year of that source of income.
That's correct.
Okay, and then there's a total next to it and a total per year here at the bottom.
Yes.
All right, and then
Yeah, AJ's receipts would just be Hooters, 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 Hooters. Then he found out there was a sale on at the giant tractor inner tube outlet where he had one of each one of each size that they have.
looking down below, same for withdrawal.
That's correct.
Gives you a category, the amount per year for that category, and then with totals.
Yes.
And then you have your check boxes here.
That's correct.
Okay, I want to, and you said that 81B in the binder there is basically just a printed version of, I guess the Excel was converted to a PDF and then printed.
Yes.
For the purpose of that binder.
Yes.
Okay. Can you just show the jury 81B there in your binder so they see what you mean? Okay, thank you. All right, so looking at the summary here.
Collects them. It looks like he wears them to work. Fucking hell, that guy. Come on, man. Go for a run or something.
For the year 2013.
What did we come up with for the menu item? Bathtub curly fries. Something like that.
So let me go up just slightly. 2013.
Oh, guys, On the Mountain says, I am so much louder than the video. Well, thanks. Why doesn't anyone else tell me that? Fucking hell, I'll turn it down. Moderators, you got to be on it. I can't hear the difference. Is that better on the mountain? Thanks for letting us know. Yeah, that's really important, guys. Everybody, not just moderators, everybody. If it's ever like a big difference between the microphone and the video, please let me know, because You know, it makes it unwatchable for people that come in later, you know, on demand, on demand. Yeah, really important.
What's her highest source of income in 2013?
Sophie Dental.
Okay, and that's right here.
Yes,
Is that $13,433.41?
that's correct.
Okay, and then her cash was her second highest source of income that year, right?
Yes.
And that was, how much cash did she deposit?
And where's the injury settlement? Is it on a different page, Jessica? I don't want to go back because it's difficult to
In 2013?
do that.
$13,035.
All right, I want to skip over to 2016 now. What was her highest source of income in 2016?
Sigfrido Garcia.
And is that right here?
Yes.
14,900.
Yes.
And how much cash did she deposit in 2016?
$11,921.33.
And Sigfrido Garcia, 2016, that's the year that he would have been working at Rapid Capital Funding.
Yes.
Okay. Now in 2014, what's her highest source of income in 2014?
Yeah, but you know, for me, if I play a video that's where the host is louder than the video and I'm driving, it's fucking annoying, you know, because you can't hear. You either can't hear the video because of the engine, and then when the host comes on, it's really fucking loud. So I turn it off. So it really fucks up the potential watch hours for on demand. So we got to be on that, guys. Please let me know. Make it a point, because every time we play a different video, there's not really a way for me to control, you know, to standardize the volume level. So I depend on you guys.
Cash.
And how much cash did she deposit in 2014?
$46,820.
And what about in 2015?
It's cash as well. $26,523.
I'm still louder.
Okay, so these are the cash totals.
One,
here at the
two,
top.
Yes.
1, 2, testing. Down. Oh, maybe that's better.
Right, and we're going to cover her cash deposits by day and by month later in this presentation, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, so based on the records that you reviewed, were you able to ascertain where she may have worked or what businesses she received income from in her bank records and employment records?
Yes.
I just changed it a bit, Tarantina.
What do we see? Go into this. What do we see here?
That is a listing of the employment sources that I could see through her bank account, where she was employed.
Okay, and the dates that she was receiving paychecks, start to finish, for each of these companies is next to it?
Yes.
Okay, so from January of 2013 to December of 2013, she receives paychecks from Encore Nationwide.
That's correct.
From January 2013 to May of 2013, she receives paychecks from Millennium Therapy.
Yes.
CO Next for the month of April 2013.
Yes.
Sophie Dental from May of 2013 to July 2014.
Yes.
Adelson Institute from October 2014 to May 2016.
Yes.
Jerome Obed from July of 2015 to March 2016.
Yes.
And Quintana Lopez from July of 2016 to October 2016.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then what do we see in the chart up here?
You could see how it was broken down by year, and then I gave the total, both yearly and by each individual employer.
So for each of these columns, this is the total amount of paychecks she's receiving from that company in that year.
Yes,
Okay, and then here's the total down below and out to the side.
yes.
What do we see here?
This is a bar chart representing the information you just reviewed. And it shows the dates on the bottom, and then the amount of time that would have been reflected by that bar for that employment.
So this is representative of her career, right? Millennium Therapy Services, Encore Nationwide, CO Nest, Next, Sophie Dental, Adelson Shamstitute, Jerome Shamped, and Quintana.
Okay. So each company has a different color, and the bar represents the time that the paychecks began until they ended.
That's correct.
Now we saw that she received 2 checks from Sins doing business as Fate in 2015. Are those here on this graph?
They are not.
Okay. You said those checks bounced,
They did.
so she did not receive any actual income from there.
That's correct.
Okay. What we see in this graph are businesses that she actually received income from into her bank account.
That's right.
All right, I want to focus on the yellow line that we see here from her when she received paychecks from Adelson Institute. Did you review paychecks from Adelson Institute to Katherine Magbanua?
I did.
And in what accounts did you find those checks, like coming out of what account and going into what account?
She deposited them in both the checking and savings for Chase and Bank of America.
And they were coming out of Adelson Institute's Regions account, the records we have in evidence?
That's correct.
What other records did you review with respect to her employment at Adelson Institute?
The records that they submitted through the subpoena.
Okay, so the state subpoenaed records, they gave a return for those records with some information in it.
That's correct.
Did that return contain an employment application?
No.
Did it contain timesheets?
No.
Did it contain a W-2 or tax filing records?
It did contain a record for the Department of Revenue's rehire information.
Okay. Any W-2s?
No.
And any performance evaluations?
No.
Job description?
No.
What records did Adelson Institute have for Katherine Magbanua's employment besides the Department of Revenue that you just told us about?
They submitted a QuickBooks summary of the checks
Can an American tell me what a W-2 is, please?
that they had given her.
Okay. And what is QuickBooks?
It's a popular accounting software that people can use both personal and business.
What time period did the printouts cover?
I believe it was September of 14 through March of 16.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to States Exhibit 82 and 68 in front of you. Those should be in the stack of documents. Yes, ma'am.
68, yes.
Is 68, is that the Department of Revenue and the QuickBooks summary you just told me about?
Yes.
Now, what was the date range that law enforcement had on the subpoena to Adelson Institute as to what records that we wanted from them?
I believe they said any and all employment history and file.
Okay, and that's what we got?
And this is all we got.
Okay, I want to turn your attention to States Exhibit 82.
Okay.
What is States Exhibit 82?
Thanks, Deb H.
Probably the last one there in that stack.
Of course. Okay, I have the actual copies of the checks for Katherine Magbanua.
Okay, and those were from the bank account.
Yes.
Okay. This time I'd move 82 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, states 82 submitted into evidence.
How many total checks were there? You're looking at the copies of the checks from Katherine Magbanua's bank account. How many total checks were there from the Adelson Institute?
1 second.
There were a lot. I mean, look, there were 2 a month or 3 a month for, what is it, more than 18 months, 20 months?
You know what? Why don't I ask you this? Did you rely on a summary in this case of the checks that she received from Adelson Institute that's numbered in an Excel format?
Yes.
Okay. Is this that summary?
It is.
Okay. How many checks total were there from Adelson Institute to Katherine Magbanua?
44.
Whoa. Yeah, all in order, all written at once.
And all of these checks were deposited by Katherine Magbanua?
That's correct.
Who were all the checks signed by?
Donna Adelson.
You know, yesterday when we were going through the how every single form of payment the Adelsons made was fucking stupid. The car that was previously registered to Harvey, the stapled moldy money, the bringing her on the payroll, but even more than bringing her on the payroll was, you know, writing all the checks out at once. They're numbered. You know, you're just going to write out 40 checks at once. You know, you need to conduct it as if it were being done as like a business. So it would be one, and then checks for other people, and then another one for Katie, and then checks for other people. I mean, that's so basic. That's so basic. How would Donna not know that? How would Charlie not know that? It's ridiculous. I can almost understand the thing of like, yeah, look, you know, she's in admin. She will say she was working for us. But to put all the checks in order in sequential checks is just unbelievably amateur.
When was the first check issued, as in the date on the check, to Katherine Magbanua?
It was written on September 17th, 2014.
So that would have been almost 2 months to the day from after the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th of 2014.
That's correct.
How often, and well, let me ask you one more thing while we're on that. We saw on the employment timeline that you had her employment beginning in October of 2014. Why is that when the first check was dated September 17th?
The bank records only reflect when the money hit her account, and as you notice that the posting date it does actually say October.
Okay, so you go from the time it hits her account.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after that first check was issued on September 17th and hit her account in October of 2014, how often then did she then receive checks from Adelson Institute after that?
2 checks a month.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation as to when they were received.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yeah, 2 checks a month.
And were the pay periods for those checks like around 10 days, sometimes a little less, sometimes a little more?
Yeah, that's correct. About 10 days.
What amount were all those checks for?
The amounts were for 400. Well, her check came in at 407.58.
Okay. So you're saying after taxes and everything?
Correct.
Okay.
That was her net.
Now, all of the checks are $407.58. 43 out of 44 of them are?
Yes,
All right. The first one is for a little less, right?
that's correct.
And that's this first row here.
Yes,
And that one's for $203.79.
yes,
That looks to be for only about a maybe 3 or 4 day pay period.
yes, maybe 3.
All right, so here in this summary, you have the date it posted, the check number, the payment amount, the date on the check, the memo line, what it said, right?
Correct.
What was the date of the last check according to Adelson Institute QuickBook records that they responded with?
That they responded with?
Yes, ma'am.
Their last one was March 31st, 2016.
Now, when looking at Katherine Magbanua's account, were there additional checks after March 31st, 2016?
Yes, there was 3 additional checks.
And are those the 3 ones in black ink here at the bottom?
Yes,
And, I guess it would be check numbers if you look over at the far left column, 42, 43, and 44.
yes.
In her account, according to her account, what was the last check? What date was that written?
I posted on May 17th, 2016.
Okay. So the check posted May 2nd, 2016, another one May 2nd, 2016, and May 17th, 2016. Those were all not included on the Adelson Institute QuickBook response.
That's correct.
Did she receive any further checks after Sigfredo Garcia was arrested on May 25th, 2016?
No.
Yeah, then they stopped. I think the FBI had some real fun with them, you know. It's almost like some juvenile prank, like knocking on someone's door and then running away and hiding in a bush and watching. You know what I mean? Like, I bet Pat Sanford used to do that as a boy. And then he knew he had to become an FBI agent.
What was the total amount that she deposited into her account from Adelson Institute?
She had $17,729.73.
I see that some of these checks are in black ink, some are in red ink. What does the red ink indicate?
Sequential check numbers.
What does that mean?
That in the checkbook that it was one after another.
Meaning that, can you show us the states 82, which is the copies of all the...
Well, there's also the numbers. Look, 19, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. And it skips to 49. And we've got 22, 23, 24, 25. Most of them are sequential with a few gaps here and there. Idiots.
Checks, they're in front of you. Show us what you mean.
Yeah, up here in the check number.
But notice that that pattern doesn't start until February February 2015. On the right, on the left table, row 11, February 12th, 15. That's the first time that this sequential check writing. You see, for the first, what is that? 5, 7, 8 months. Dana was signing them in a more sensible way. not sequentially. But I guess by February 2015, they started to think, oh, well, we've definitely gotten away with it now. Look, the FBI haven't come looking. And they got complacent. You can never become complacent if you want to do a murder. There's no statute of limitations. You know, they knew no one else had been caught or you know, framed, fingered. Laziness. It's like the fall of the Roman Empire.
They would have been sequential. They would have been 17, 18, 19.
Okay. Is that unusual when looking at payroll?
Yes. You know, normally you pay per time. It wouldn't.
I can't feel my fingers. They're frozen. Well, they're really warm. No, I don't mean frozen cold. I mean stuck.
Plan being one after another.
Well, explain it to us. How would a person normally write checks when they're doing payroll?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation as to what a business would normally do.
Overruled.
You know, you'd have 5 employees. You'd write 5 checks. You would write 5 checks to each employee. You wouldn't necessarily write 3 checks to one employee.
Okay, and then the next pay period, you'd write the other 5 checks.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that normal in the States to get a physical check? I don't think I was. I can't. I don't know. Maybe I got a check at some point. It's just a transfer. Don't people just get transfer?
Now, how many sequential checks did she receive in a row, looking at your summary?
She had 3 on the first, going down from left to right. She had 3, and then 6, and then 6 more.
So 3 from February 2015 to March 2015.
Yes.
Those were all written February 4th and 5th, 2015.
Yes.
And then 6 in a row written from October 2015 to December 2015, or the date on the check was those dates, I mean?
Yes.
And then the date on the check from January 2016 to March 31st, 2016, that's another 6 in a row there?
That's correct.
Okay, and all those were sequential?
Yes.
What about the column on the far right next to memo? What does the asterisk mean?
It's an advance pay that she was paid prior to the time frame that's posted on the memo.
So the check date predates the employment period?
Yes.
So are paychecks being issued before the work is complete?
Yes.
And that happened about 22 times?
That sounds right.
All right. I want to turn your attention to Dr. Ruger's records, the plastic surgeon records.
Okay.
What was the date of Katherine Magbanua's breast augmentation surgery?
I believe it was October 18th, 2014.
Are those still there in front of you? I'm gonna look at page 75 now. Looking at your copy, was that surgery October 18, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna show you the payment page. Get back in front of the microphone. How much did that breast augmentation?
So what do we have here? Augmentation mammoplasty. That's just a made-up word. That's not real. Mammoplasty. Sounds like a tapas dish. I'll have the patatas bravas with the mammoplasty. Operating room supplies. Anesthesia is paid separately. Silicone implants, laboratory fee, arnica. Ooh, they're all herbal medicine. Medical records. Blah, 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 blah. So how much was the total? For 4,600. So 2,300. 2,300 a tip. Is that good value? I don't know.
Cost.
The total charges were $4,605.
And how was that amount paid?
44,400 was in cash, and 195 was from her accounts. Then there's an additional charge. I guess she picked up record for $13.
So you see a couple of amounts there. The patient payment, $150 and $45 were all from a Visa account.
Yes.
Okay.
Acapella, we'll never know. We'll never know. There's no point in dreaming of finding out everything. We'll never know what they got away with in the past. That's why the movie version would be great, because after the first movie, we could do the prequel, where we look at Donna and Harvey's early life, battling their way through Brooklyn, scamming their way down to Broward. Brooklyn to Broward. That's what it would be called. The prequel, the Adelson prequel. Brooklyn to Broward.
Okay. Cash was paid in the
Brooklyn to Broward in a Buick. Right? They've got an old Buick. A LeSabre. Harvey Adelson's in a LeSabre. Brooklyn to Broward.
amount of $4,000, then $400, and then $13.50.
Yes.
When you looked at Katherine Magbanua's bank accounts, was there any evidence that she paid for that breast augmentation from her accounts?
I did not see any payments from her account other than the 150 and the 45.
Okay. So that was her accounts that she paid I guess it would be 195 total from?
Yes.
And the remaining balance after that was all paid in cash. And that would have been, it looks like, about 2 weeks before the surgery.
Yeah.
Or within the 2 weeks before the surgery.
Correct.
Now, when you looked at the amount of withdrawals from her account, did she have any corresponding withdrawals to reach that amount of cash that was paid here to Dr. Rudner's office?
No.
Did you try to add up like all her cash withdrawals from that whole year leading up to the surgery to see if that would equal that amount?
I did.
How much total cash did she withdraw that whole year from January 2014 to October 2014?
3,180.
Now, at the time of her,
Hey, Evan, how you doing?
time of her breast augmentation surgery, was she receiving paychecks from Adelson Institute that month in October of 2014?
By the way, is this audio leveled out, guys, on the mountain? Is that what you're referring to?
She was.
Was there any disruption in her paychecks from Adelson Institute to reflect, time off for a surgery?
No.
Now, after her surgery, was there a decrease in the amount of money she was receiving from Adelson Institute that could account for her having a few
Neville's on a jet plane.
days off?
No.
There wasn't any reduction in her pay?
No reduction.
Looking at her checks, looking at the ones from, so I'm looking at, if you look over at the far left column, column rows 3 and 4.
Yes.
You said the surgery was on October 18th of 2014?
Yes.
Did she received a check dated October 28th, 2014?
She did.
Well, Charlie did say he paid for one of them, right? So maybe the cosmetic surgeon just charged Katie the value of one on the invoice, which she paid for. And then the rest of it, Charlie covered in some other arrangement, which was probably, I'll put these stocks in your name. I've got a great deal with my insider trading. He's doing all that with these guys, isn't he? So something like that.
And if the pay periods follow the pattern above, October 6th through 16th, September 22nd through October 1st, if she's being paid for following that pattern around 10 days, that October 28th, 2014 would encompass the date of her surgery and the days thereafter, right?
That's correct.
And she received the same amount for that check and the one thereafter, just as she did all the others?
Yes.
All right, I want to ask you about, did you review DHSMV history for Katherine Magbanua?
I did.
Did she acquire a vehicle in January of 2016?
She did.
And what type of vehicle was that?
It was a Lexus, 2001 sedan Lexus. From prior owner was Harvey Adelson.
Okay, you said that was a black 2001 Lexus?
That's correct.
Okay. And what date was the title transferred to her?
January 23rd, 2016.
Okay. And you said the previous owner of that vehicle was Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
How much did the DHSMV title indicate that it was sold to Katherine Magbanua for?
$1,700.
Were you able to find any record of payment from Katherine Magbanua to any of the Adelsons for this vehicle?
No, I did not.
No checks were found in her account for that amount?
Correct.
Or I guess
out of her
account. Thank you. Were you able to find any $1,700 cash withdrawals?
No.
Were you able to find any deposit into the Adelsons account that would show that she's making a payment to them by check or cash for this amount?
No.
Was there a drop in the money that she received from Adelson Institute that could account for, we'll sell you this car, but we're going to take it out of your paycheck, anything like that?
There was no reduction in her checks.
You said no reduction?
No reduction.
see in 69?
It's a title for the Lexus.
Okay. And this was the registered owner at the time the title was transferred.
That's correct.
And this gives us the information you gave us about the type of car, the year, the color.
Yes.
Okay. And the purchaser
Katherine Magbanua.
and the selling price.
$1,700.
And then both their names here.
Yes.
And signature.
Yes.
So Harvey's middle name is Jerome. I didn't know that.
Can you?
In fact, Sarah had her hand over Harvey on the title. It said Harvey Jerome Adelson, but I only saw Jerome Adelson, and I thought they'd come up with some sort of hybrid between Jerome Obed and an Adelson.
Insure a vehicle without transferring title?
I don't believe so.
And if you transfer the title and you put a sales price, I mean, you're taxed on that sales price that you put on there, right?
That's correct.
Okay, is there a financial benefit for listing a really low sales price on a title transfer for a vehicle?
You'd pay less taxes.
Who decides what number goes on the title transfer?
The person that's presenting it to be transferred the title.
Meaning either the person transferring the title or the purchaser?
Yes.
If I sell a car to you for $3,000, we could agree to put $300 on the title transfer so that we pay less taxes.
Yeah, Brown and Beachy. I think the coded amount, April 7th, 1958, isn't that the date that Donna won the New York spelling bee for middle schoolers? I think it is, right? She'd have been 8 years old at that point, and she was younger than the middle schoolers. So April 7th, 1958 is definitely the date that Donna Adelson won the New York spelling bee for middle schoolers. Everything's a code. Everything's a code.
Then?
Yes, we could do that.
Okay. All right, I want to move on now to, we're almost done, to Katherine Magbanua's bank accounts.
Okay.
What do we see here in this next slide?
This slide represents, it's a pie chart of her income.
Okay, what do the colors indicate when we look at the box on the side?
They just match. You have cash in red, you have the IRS in purple, and you have Sophie Denham, that tan color.
So in the box you listed all of the different income sources she had for the year of 2013. They're each assigned a color.
So Sophie Denham is actually larger by 1% than the cash deposits. And her mother's only 1% lower than that. So she's taking money from her mother, cash deposits, and Sophie Denham.
Color, and then the pie chart represents, the colors represent the percentage of her total income for that year by source.
That's correct.
Okay. And I know you have these exact amounts in your multiple account summary and your summary chart, and in some other Excel documents that we'll see. But I just want to ask you a couple of questions about this. What was the highest source of income in 2013?
It was cash deposits.
Okay, looking at the bottom.
I'm sorry.
Do spelling bees happen at a certain time of the year? Is that a thing? Or Because if they occur in April, if it's like an Easter thing, let's have a spelling bee. I was joking, but now I'm thinking, what if? Right? She's probably still got an award somewhere. I mean, that would be on some kind of record, wouldn't it? Do those records exist? This is where we should go into an old library and go onto a microfiche of the newspapers, but they don't exist anymore. Hey, thanks so much, Riding Shotgun, for remembering the spelling bee date.
Sophie Dental.
Sophie Dental. Okay, and you told us that earlier when you were looking at the actual numbers, right? And I know that looking at this pie chart,
Could be a zip code as well, right? Brown and Beachy. They're usually 5 numeric characters, aren't they?
those are very close together, 24% and 23%. So what was a close second after Sophie Dental for her total amount of income for 2013?
It would have been cash.
Cash, okay. And you said that, I don't remember the number by heart, but Sophie Dental was around 13,400 and cash was right at around 13,000 right thereafter?
Yeah.
What do we see in the next one?
Whoa.
We're going from 2013 to 2014 here.
Now we've got Mrs. Pac-Man eating all the ghosts. 64% cash. I mean, what a moron. Hey, thanks so much, Evan,
Right,
for that,
this is the visual
for that generous super chat. Charlie the Cheapskate. One boob Charlie. The dollar trail is telling. Yeah. It's cheap skate. You can have that one for free. Thank you, Evan, for the super chat.
presentation of her income for 2014.
Okay, what does the red indicate?
The red in this case is cash deposits.
What does the yellow indicate?
Adelson Institute.
St. Elmo, Kentucky. Is that where fucking Fort Knox is? It's the zip code for Fort Knox. Oh, is that where Fort Knox is? I'm looking it up right now. Is Fort Knox in St. Elmo, Kentucky? No. Fort Knox is located near Radcliffe, which is about 15 miles north of Elizabethtown and 35 miles south of Louisville. St. Elmo is a town in Tennessee, not Kentucky. But we have evidence to the contrary.
Okay, what was her total amount of, I guess,
Maybe if you go to St. Elmo, that's when you get the other clue that will lead you to Fort Knox.
her highest source of income in 2014?
Cash.
And what was the total percentage of her cash deposits and her money from the Wilson Institute? Total
Have you
percentage
guys
of
lost
her
sound?
total income.
Is sound playing now?
68%.
So 64% for cash and 4% from Adelson Institute?
Correct.
You said that in 2014 she first started
Do you guys hear the video?
In September 2014 from Adelson
Is sound
Institute
playing
deposited
for you?
into her account in October.
Yes.
So she's only receiving about 2 months worth of checks then in her account from the year 2014 from Adelson Institute.
It's these
That's correct.
cheap ass fucking.
So we jumped from
Headphones,
23%
that's what
to
it is.
46%
I have to
from
put them back
23.
in the box.
I'm sorry, from 2013 to 2014 for her. The total amount.
And it works again.
In 2014 was the year that Dan Markel was murdered. That's your understanding?
Yes.
What about 2015?
2015, her highest source of income was cash, and that was 51%. Adelson Institute was 20%.
And what was the total percentage of her total income that was cash deposits or Adelson Institute paychecks?
She won it when she was 11. I thought the other contestants were 11 and she was younger. Or do you have it verified that she won the spelling bee at 11 years old?
Combined?
Yes, ma'am.
Because in Wendy's podcast, maybe we should go and play Wendy's podcast because she talks about this. And there's definitely something, I can't remember what was said, but there was definitely something about her being younger than the other contestants. And 11 would be pretty much top end of middle school, isn't it?
71%.
And what about 2016?
2016, the highest amount was Sigfrido Garcia.
And that was at 25%?
Charlie?
Yes.
Hey, how are
And
you?
what about her cash
I'm
deposits?
good. How are
It
you?
was 20%.
Good. Just got home from work.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Hey, thanks so much for the 10 coffees, Matthew K. Thanks a lot. That's very kind of you. Everything is a code. It's all a code. And thanks again for the super chat, Matthew K. Coffees and a super chat. Wicked. Much appreciated, Matthew K.
So for 2016, we've got 20% of her total income is cash deposits at 20%, and 8% is Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
And she only received checks, she said, from Adelson Institute from January to May of 2016.
That's correct.
After May 25th, no more checks.
That's right.
Okay. So in 2016, she's got 20% of her total income's cash deposits. In 2013, 23% of her total income's cash deposits. And you said in 2014 and 2015, she had 64% of her total income was cash deposits and 51% of her total income was cash deposits.
That's correct.
All right. And did you actually
Charlie?
track
Hey, how are you?
cash?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just got home from work.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Conquer all. Thank you so much, Amy, for those coffees. That's very kind of you. And hello, Brian. How you doing, man?
Deposit by day for every year from her accounts.
I did.
Is that what we see here?
That is.
Well, it pulled up on your screen, but it didn't on mine. I think I might have to exit. One second. All right. Is that what we see here?
Yes.
Okay. So looking at the top, this would be the first cash deposit that we have a record, or that we have records from January 2013 to the end of 2016, right?
Yes.
So this would be her first cash deposit for the year 2013 into her Chase account on January 2nd, $240.
That's correct.
All right. And so here we have every cash deposit she made every day for the for the whole year of 2013, and then a total for that year.
That's right.
And that was $13,035.
Correct.
Same for 2014. Is that what we see?
Yes.
Okay. And this is in your binder as well, right?
It is.
Every line.
Every line.
Ah.
And then a total for 2014.
That's right.
46,000.
Yep.
2015
Okay,
total.
I'm going to bite the
Those are
bullet
all
on
for
these
2014, 2015.
fucking earphones
a little
tomorrow.
over
We're getting
26,000.
we're getting
right.
something
Back down to
a little bit more
11,000 in
professional.
2016.
But thank
And
you
this is
guys
the total
for
amount of
helping
cash
us make
deposits
that
here at the
happen.
bottom.
For that time frame, 2013, 2016.
What year had the highest amount of cash
Now I'm just
deposits?
wearing one.
2014.
Did you also graph these by month?
I did.
Get back to that slide. Is that what we see here?
Yes.
Okay, so this would be, the columns are the years and then the totals, and then your months below, you've got the total amount she deposited per month, per year.
Yes.
Okay, you said the highest amount of cash deposits between 2013 and 2016 was in the year 2014.
Yeah, I love that, Ryden Chuck, and I think we should change it daily. Yeah, every day we'll switch the coffee alert to another fantastic Adelson quote. We need to do bottom line, bottom line. But you know, I've made it so much like I don't know. It's kind of embellished, right? It evolves when we say it. Yeah, every day a new Adelson coffee quotes. That'll be our thing. That'll be our hook, our gimmick.
Yes.
How much more did she deposit in 2014 than 2013? Is that twice as much, 3 times as much?
Almost 3 times as much.
3 times as much. Okay, and then 2015, 26,000?
Yes.
About twice as much as in 2013?
Yes.
And then in 2016, 11,000 or 11,920?
Yeah, because in 2016,
Okay.
look at this. Where's pause? Pause. In 2016, we get to May, and it stops. Sigfredo was arrested in May. So where's the? All right. Well, April 2014, we've got some little bit of cash start coming in, 3,100, 2,600, 4,100, 5,300, and then August 13/2. Oh, well, we've passed murder day now. Yeah, so some nice stacks start coming in just before murder month, and they run pretty much all the way through. I mean, I know that there's a couple of like 200 in April 2015, 300 in January 2015, 1,000 in February. Yeah, it's not that much if it were a salary, but this is just money for nothing, right? And then Sigfrid is arrested, it finishes. And then August. Did she get collared in August? Was it August or October? I think it was August, which would make sense because there's fuck all going on in the account. But money was sure going out of the account. What's this last column? This column 6. That's the total of. It wouldn't be the total of the Januaries. Why would you do that total? Why would you have a total of all the Januaries from 2013 to 2016? But that does add up, doesn't it? 700. No, it doesn't add up. What is that the total of? Column 6, row 2, 3. What is that number? Doesn't matter, I suppose.
Looking at these numbers.
Thanks again, Radin. Yeah, every little helps. That's awesome. Definitely getting some tomorrow. Something from what's a good one? What's a good one that's like I don't want the fucking crazy one. 300 fucking euro one. What the fuck? Something less. JBL. We're going for JBL.
Which month is her highest amount of cash deposits?
August of 2014.
So August 2014 is the highest amount in all of the years,
Yes.
in all of the months?
Yes.
Okay, how much did she deposit in, can you use your laser, do you mind? How much did she deposit in August of 2014?
August 20.
Might have to, maybe there's a side button to turn it on or bottom.
Okay, so there's August of 2014 was 13,200.
And that would be the month following July 18th, 2014,
Yes,
which is when Dan Markel was murdered.
that's correct.
When is the second highest cash deposit after that one?
The second highest is August 2014.
No, I'm sorry. You said August 2014 was the highest?
Second highest.
Okay. What was the highest?
August 2014.
Okay. What was the second highest?
October.
Okay. October of 2014.
Yes.
Okay. That was about 3 months after the murder?
Yes.
And that was the same month you said that she got the breast augmentation done?
That's correct.
What amount did she deposit in October of 2014?
5,720.
What was the third highest amount?
Was July 2014.
That was the same month Dan Markel was murdered?
That's correct.
How much did she deposit in that month?
5,300.
Can you imagine having these records? You're on trial for a murder that happened in 2014, and the state is saying that you were paid to set it up. And they're showing the jury this. Yes, and what was the most money that was deposited? And the second most money? Which money was that money? What about the third most money? Which money was the most money third place? Oh, the same month as Dan Markel was murdered? That was murder money month?
What do we see here?
It's a visual representation of her cash deposits.
I think they call that a spike.
By month.
For the year of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. You just walked us through the three high.
And I love how Sarah's taking her sweet time about this, right? Just almost leaving it up there for too long because it's so impactful, isn't it? It's just like, look, there it is. That's the month he was shot.
Highest amount of cash deposits in all three of those years, and they were all in 2014, right?
Yes.
So that's why we're looking at a line graph of just the year 2014.
That's correct.
So you said,
I mean, when we hear Tara Kawas get up and go, these clubs in Miami, people pay a lot of money for a bottle of Patron. They could be walking out with thousands of dollars. Well, why didn't she at any other point? She just got really good tips the same month that Markel was shot. Oh, no, she saved up the money under the mattress and then deposited it the month he was shot. Okay.
that August was the highest. Can you show us where August is?
August.
Okay. And that was 13,200.
That's correct.
The amounts are here on the other axis.
That's right.
Okay. And then you said the second highest was in October 2014. Where's that amount?
Right here.
Okay. And you said the third highest were in July of 2014. Can you show that to us?
Right there.
Okay. Yeah, I heard that one, Evan. Thinks he's real clever about that, doesn't he?
This is a visual representation of her cash deposits from the whole 2013 to 2016 time frame by month.
Okay. So we've got down at the bottom, January 2013, all the way to December 2016.
That's correct.
Okay.
But his whole fucking thing about that what to do when you're pulled over and you're wearing scrubs. Pretend to be a doctor from Broward General because the cop's not going to give you any shit because the cop's thinking if he gets shot in the line of duty and then has to go to the hospital, he doesn't want to be on a gurney looking up and there's the doctor that he just gave a ticket to, a speeding fucking ticket. I mean, that doesn't that just show a warped fucking mind? I mean, number one, no cop is going to be thinking that. No cop's going to be like, ooh, if I get shot tomorrow and have to go to Broward General, I don't want this doctor to operate on me because if I give him this fucking $30 speeding ticket, he might do a bad job and leave my life in jeopardy. And equally, no fucking doctor, no ethical doctor that's fucking Hippocratic oath, right, is going to be like, there's that fucking cop. He's bleeding from his asshole and I'm gonna, it's like, he gave me a ticket for $35. It's payback time. No doctor is gonna think like that, right? You put the speeding ticket aside when you're saving someone's life, And what are the fucking chances that it's gonna be that doctor? The whole thing. But he really believes it. He's not just talking the spiel. That's what he's thinking, right? He thinks everybody else is as fucked up and scheming and revenge seeking as he is. That's the world he lives in, right? Fucking so telling, that call.
What month is the big peak that we see close to the middle? What month is that?
August 2014.
Okay. So in August 2014, that's that, I believe it was 13,200 cash deposit.
That's correct.
Okay. And the months kind of surrounding it that we just talked about, her second and third highest, we see those as well.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, does any other month even come close to that August 2014 deposit?
No.
It's about twice as much as the other months.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. A lot of this is getting to be asked and answered.
All right, let's move on, Ms. Hugan.
Yes, sir. All right, were you able to compare the cash deposit line graph with the employment bar graph that we saw earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And is that depicted here?
That's correct.
So here we can see the businesses she was receiving income from per her bank records and employment records compared to how much cash she was depositing every month over the course of those years.
That's correct.
Okay. And was that also compared with the date of Dan Markel's murder, July 18th, 2014?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that the black line we see in the middle of the, close to the middle of the screen here?
It is.
I love how they make it the same height as the peak, the mountain peak.
Going from July all the way to the top?
Yes.
All right, and this in your notebook is 81M. I have a couple of questions about what we see here. What were the amount of cash deposits in the 12 months before the murder? So from July of 2013 to the summer of 2014.
15,600.
15,600 the 12 months before the murder?
Yes.
What were the cash deposits in the 12 months after the murder? So from July 19, 2014 to July 31st, 2015.
40.
Nice. Nice. Nice one, Alfred. Yeah, this is Lewis's map of where they got rid of the gun. This is the route they took from Miami to Tallahassee, as best as he can remember it. Oh, classic.
4,963.
And that's about 3 times as much?
Yes.
Of all the cash deposits that you analyzed over the period January 2013 to the end of 2016, you said August had the highest amount, and that was at 13,200. My question is there any record in her bank records or employment records that she was employed during that time?
Not according to that bar chart, no.
Okay. And looking, and this bar chart is based on her employment records and bank records?
It is.
Okay. Can you show where you're talking about here with your laser?
The gap from Sophie Dental to Adelson Institute. There was no employment listed.
Okay. And that's during that August 2014 13,200 peak?
Yes.
From the date that Dan Markel was murdered till July 18th, 2014, till the end of August, so the end of the next month, August 31st, 2014, those, I guess it'd be about 5 or 6 weeks. I'll say 6 weeks.
Okay.
What was the total amount of cash that she deposited into her account during those 6 weeks?
17,300.
So it's 13,200 alone the month of August, but when you combine that with those last 2 weeks of July after Dan Markel was murdered, it's 17,300.
That's correct.
And by September, you said that she's the first check of her Adelson Institute is being written.
That's correct.
And in October, she received the breast augmentation.
That's correct.
And that's all the same year?
Yes.
All right. Now, you said you reviewed some Adelson Institute account records. Did their business give cash discounts for services?
I believe they did.
Did you, what was the annual income of Adelson Institute?
The Adelson Institute, just based on what they had coming in for income, not profit, was about $2 million.
And it was around that amount each year?
Yes.
And you said they had
It's called
assets above and
turnover,
beyond that.
lady.
You said they had 18 different investment accounts.
That's correct.
Yes.
And about how much did Charlie Adelson make annually? Because he not only worked for Adelson Institute, but he also traveled around and earned income from other dental practices doing periodontal work, right?
That's correct.
How much did he make annually?
Some years it'd be $3 million, others it'd be a little higher.
So 3 million or a little higher each year?
Yes.
During these years we've been talking about?
Yes. He also had profit from real estate as well.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, this is going to be a good time for us to break and before the cross-examination. So we'll give you an hour for lunch. We'll come back at 1:15. Again, please remember no discussions amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please stay away from any press reports and the internet. And we'll see everybody back at 1:15 to continue with the testimony. Thank you.
Okay. I actually can't even really remember what's the cross going to be?
All right, let's bring the jury in.
The triplets over here. Do you think the plan was for Kawas and Magbanua to switch places? The jailer comes in and handcuffs Kawas.
All right, jury entering the courtroom.
Please be seated. We're ready to continue with the testimony of Ms. Hull and its cross-examination. And Mr. DeCoste, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hull, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing well, thank you. All right. You went through a lot of stuff in your direct examination with the charts, and you did a whole bunch of work on this case, right?
Yes.
And I don't mean to be offensive in reducing down the testimony, but I'm thinking that we can agree on a few points here. There was a bunch of cash that went into Katherine Magbanua's accounts, right?
Correct.
And then there were some cash purchases, right?
That's correct.
And the cash is coming from somewhere.
Correct.
You can't say where.
That's correct.
And we can agree that there was a spike in 2014 in that cash.
Yes.
All right. And you looked at everything from 2013 all the way to 2016.
That's correct.
Okay, so what Chris is going to do is use her, what do you call it? You know how science and mathematics doesn't have room for opinions, right? Doesn't have room for assumptions or emotional decisions. Probability, yes, but that's different. Yeah, so that's what he's going for here. But I can't remember anything about it.
Okay. So your job, understanding you're now with U.S. Attorney's Office, right? Not DOJ as well too, right?
That's correct.
All right. So previously you were with the state, you were a financial investigator.
Yes.
And that title of investigator, some could interpret to mean that you're out there gathering items. In this case, in your work on this case, would you agree with me that you weren't independently investigating things? You weren't meeting with witnesses, right?
That's correct.
You didn't sit down with anybody, either Ms. Magbanua or any witnesses that are involved in this case?
That's correct.
That it was more of law enforcement and the prosecution getting you items, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't issue any subpoenas to get any records, stuff like that?
No.
So your review is confined to what was provided to you?
That's correct.
All right. So let's knock out another quick topic. You did the comprehensive review, and I'm going to stay on the cash with Katherine, but this is an aside. With respect to your review of the Adelsons, all of them and their work accounts, do you agree with me that there was no withdrawal of...
Yeah, Metriximus, Metriximus Octavia. Let's conquer all. Conquer all. Thank you, Girish. And hello, Harley.
Of cash that then corresponds to the deposits by Ms. Magbanua?
That's correct.
All right. Now, before we get back to Ms. Magbanua, Sigfredo Garcia.
Is Chris too loud? Is Chris too loud?
You'd agree with me that the analysis that you could do was limited because at times he didn't have a bank account. At times you couldn't get records, stuff like that.
That's correct.
You'd agree with me too that you wouldn't be able to do a financial analysis of any cash that he brings in by way of his crimes.
That's correct.
You understand that he is the father of Ms. Magbanua's children?
That's what I understand.
And that he supports his kids through her?
I would assume so, yes.
Once he finally had a job, a legitimate job, and this would be all the way into, I think, 2016, there was actually a little bit over $10,000 worth of money that was coming out of his account and going to her.
That's correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that he wasn't supporting her in the years prior?
I don't have any reason to doubt that.
But you have no way of analyzing any of his transactions if they were done in cash?
That's correct.
All right. Now, with respect to Ms. Magbanua's work, give me a second. Showing you the charts you put together. Can you tell me on there what accounts for the liquor promotions? So let me ask that differently. Are you aware that Ms. Magbanua for a period of time did liquor promotions?
Not specifically like that. If it gave me the name of the business.
Okay, let's go to the next business. What about Club Fate?
I am aware that she had 2 checks from them.
Okay. So let's back up for a second before we get into this other employment. Your analysis, you'd agree with me, is confined to employment that she has where she's receiving a check into her bank account.
That's correct. Yeah.
That your analysis, you're not able to analyze any cash paying job she has.
Individually, that's correct.
Had, let's say, the government given you, employee records or something from different cash paying businesses, you could have incorporated that into your analysis and your spreadsheet here, correct?
I could have put it into some sort of chart, but I wouldn't have mixed it with the bank records.
All right. Now, I'm not putting on you as the reason why we don't have this, but I want to go through and find out if any of this is involved here. So Club Fate, Ms. Magbanua worked at Club Fate, and it was something that she was receiving cash tips. Does any of your analysis here account for her work at Club Fate?
No.
In the summer of 2014?
No.
You said that, and you did testify in direct examination about a check that bounced, right?
Two checks.
And that was in April and June of 2015, right?
15, yes.
All right. Now, are you aware and understanding that you don't know what employment she had at Club Fate, you don't have records and stuff like that, do you happen to know the amount of cash tips that she had received from her work at Club Fate during that time? Or is it confined only to a bounce check?
I don't specifically know what cash she would have gotten, but if it was cash, it would be reflected in that chart if she put the cash in the bank.
All right. So let's back up a little bit here. So working at Club Fate, there's 2 different types of tips that you get. If a patron pays with a credit card and they tip on the credit card, the business pays the employee by way of check. If the employee is given a cash tip, they keep that, right? Okay. So Ms. Magbanua, if she were to be depositing cash tips from Club Fate, it's not reflected here in employment, but it's part of that. It would be part of that cash that's going into her account, correct?
It could be, yes.
All right. But you just don't, and again, I'm not putting the blame on you. You just don't know because you don't have that information.
Correct.
What about Hollywood Live? This chart that you did, does it in any way account for her employment at Hollywood Live, another nightclub?
No.
Have you ever heard of Optimar Realty?
I have.
All right. And it's your understanding that Ms. Magbanua was working for Fabian Radoslovich at Optimar Realty between April of 2016 and June of 2016.
I don't have any record of that.
Okay. And not saying that it was on you to go out and get it. If law enforcement had brought to you, you now work with the U.S. Attorney's Office, if they had brought to you a 302, an FBI report that says, we spoke to Fabian Radoslovich, Ms. Magbanua worked for me between April 2016 and June 2016, and I paid her exclusively in cash.
Okay.
All right. You would agree with me, though, that this chart here that's talking about the cash deposits, you're not able to put in there employment at Optimar Realty, right?
If she was paid in cash and put it in her account, I can show it.
Now, when you say put it in her account, you have cash going into the account. So let's just take this. October 2013, cash goes into the account. Mm-hmm. How would you know whether that is tips or not?
I wouldn't.
All right. So what I'm saying is, and what we're talking about, not on the spikes of the deposits, we're talking about the horizontal bars that you have. There's nothing in there for Optimar Realty, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Jerome Obid, he ran Broward Dermatology.
Yes.
Do you know how much he provided to Ms. Magbanua in cash separate to her paychecks?
I do not.
And again, not putting this on you, you're not out there speaking to Dr. Obid and investigating like that, right?
Right.
And apparently the only thing more boring than listening to an accountant is listening to a lawyer trying to tie an accountant up in circles. or knots, or webs, or so-called knot webs.
Nor are you
So-called
out
web
there,
knots.
requesting documents. You're going on what's been given to you.
Correct.
You would agree with me that this chart that you did doesn't account for employment. And I'm not asking you whether she did or did not work it. Just, do you agree with me that this does not account for employment in Club Fate,
It does not.
Hollywood Live,
It does not.
Jerome Ovid, if he's paying cash,
Correct.
Optimar Realty,
That's correct.
Sigfredo Garcia?
That's also correct.
You don't know any of the amounts that Sigfredo Garcia gave over those years, correct?
That's correct.
Now coming back over, and I think it's your 81A, and highlighting those, there we go, those right there, 2013, 14, and 15, you can't account, and I'm not, again, not blaming you on this, but you can't account for what, if any, support Sigfredo Garcia gave, right?
That's correct.
But you'd agree with me, in 2016, he's clearly showing that he's somebody who's supportive.
Yes.
So if we were to average the amount, there could be an additional $45,000 over those 3 years of support that he's given, but it's by way of cash from his criminal actions.
Well, I can't quantify it, but yes, he could have given her cash.
We can agree either way, you don't know. He may have given nothing. He may have given that amount. We just don't know.
Correct.
All right. So look at this a little bit differently. If Ms. Magbanua in the summer of 2014 is working at Club Fate, and then over at Club Hollywood Live, then in 2015, from April to June of 2015, and I'm trying to do estimates here to line up. These letters are real small. So we've got the first two set of lines, Club Fate, Hollywood Live, Jerome Ovid, Optimar Realty, Sigfredo Garcia. Can we agree that those are potential sources of cash income during that time? Not cash income, income in support.
If she put it in her bank account, yes.
Now, when you say, and I want to jump into that just to make sure that I understand it correctly. If she put it into her bank account.
Correct.
What do you mean by that?
I can only analyze the data that's in the bank statement.
Oh, you're saying like if money is kept at home, like you wouldn't be able to analyze it.
Correct.
Do you have any reason to believe, is there any way for you to know either way, whether the money that she's receiving right here is because Sigfredo Garcia has gotten a big payday by way of committing a murder?
I would not know the source of the cash.
It's just you're not able to know exactly what's going on with that cash.
Correct.
Okay. But you'd agree with me that your analysis in the color portion above, which is a little bit more straight than my lines, that it does not account for 1 penny of support from Sigfredo Garcia.
Correct.
Any nightclub jobs.
That's correct.
Optimar Realty.
That's also correct.
All right. Now, have you ever worked in the nightlife industry at a club? Would you even know where to begin on how much somebody doing VIP bottle service in Miami should be making?
I do not.
All right. So let's now go to Government 75. You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any withdrawals, right? To correspond to the $4,000 payment that was made.
Correct.
You have no way of saying that that money ties back to the Adelsons or any crime that was committed in this case, right?
That's correct.
All you have in here is that Ms. Magbanua herself went in there and made a $4,000 payment during a time when she's receiving cash, where she's working cash jobs, and paid for the surgery herself.
Okay.
Overruled.
Okay.
If cash is cash, I do not know.
You would agree with me that there's a very small percentage payment made by a Visa card
Yes.
And that was Miss Magbanua's Visa card?
2 payments, yes.
And ultimately, when she had to pay for her own medical records when the government requested them, she paid the $1,350 herself?
It says patient pickup, so I'd agree to that.
At the end of the day, you'd agree with me that it is speculation to say that this money that came from somebody else other than Miss Magbanua and her own hard work.
I cannot determine the source of the cash.
Let's not talk about government's 69. You remember this, right?
Yes.
This is the title for the Lexus, right?
It is.
Do you happen to know the MSRP value in 2014? I'm sorry, 2015 of a 14-year-old vehicle with 160,000 miles?
I do not.
Do you know whether 1,700 is above or below that amount?
I do not.
Do you know how many accidents that vehicle was involved in?
No.
Now, just like the surgery that we spoke a moment ago, it would be speculation to say that Ms. Magbanua did not pay for this, correct? You don't know either way.
That's correct.
You're just analyzing, saying, look, there is a connection between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Adelson for this vehicle, and I don't know if those monies were actually paid.
That's correct.
In your work on this case, were you ever given recordings of any phone call intercepts?
I had a hard drive that had other information in it, but I wasn't specifically asked to review any of it.
All right. So let me explain a little bit more what I'm asking, and I'll ask it again. So in this case in 2016, you're aware that there was some recordings of phone calls that were done.
I'm aware they had phone calls recorded, yes.
Have you ever listened to the phone calls where Ms. Magbanua is talking about how she purchased this vehicle from us?
That's sustained.
Have you ever listened to the phone calls?
No, I have not.
Have you ever been provided the Charles Adelson's iCloud messages?
Yes.
All right. Now, you testified on direct examination that there is no evidence of this car being purchased, right?
That I could find.
Do you not remember, or is that a no?
I do not see anything in the bank records that reflected a payment for it.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at Charles Adelson's iCloud messages with Ms. Magbanua going back to January of 2016?
It wouldn't matter my analysis on the bank records.
No. So this is just as to the vehicle. You testified. The government asked you, and you testified and said there's no evidence that this was a legitimate purchase. And I've asked you if you review the iMessages. You said that you did. Is that correct?
I did review some of them, yes.
Okay. Did you review the ones where Charles Adelson is?
I'd object to the first page, Judge. If we could have a sidebar.
Okay, we'll go sidebar.
I wonder what this woman had for lunch. They just had lunch, right? It'd be so weird when we're at the courthouse and we go for lunch. There's always that one place near the courthouse where everybody goes, and it's a bit shit, but it's close. I bet she had I don't know, she looks like a salad luncher to me. What do you think? If she had a sandwich, what would it be? Chicken salad. Chicken salad sandwich, no mayo. And Katie gets what? Katie gets a, what do they give her? I don't know. What do they give her back there? Just a little packet of raisins.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You can.
If you maximize it, it throws it all out. From here, just scroll down, and it goes by 15 minutes.
Arithmetic on rye.
And let me know when you're all set, and I'll come up and grab it.
A pie. She eats pie for lunch. Just P-I. Oh, I feel like a pie. What other Greek letters that are involved in mathematics are food related? Could be the delta pi. Let's look it up. Who's got this laptop here? I heart the Beatles. Who put that sticker on there? Is that Krista Coast's sticker? I heart the Beatles. The fuck? This is a serious business, Chris. This is not time for your little side passions. I bet he's been to Liverpool. He's been to the Cavern. He's been to fucking Penny Lane, Strawberry Fields, the birthplace of John Lennon.
I think I'm past it.
Okay, perfect. Really fast.
Yeah, when this lady cuts up a pizza, she cuts it into 11 slices. And they're all absolutely equal.
You ready?
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, maybe to familiarize herself with her work, she cuts the pizza into the same dimensions as the pie chart of Katie's finances for the years 2013 through 16. Who gets the slice of the cash deposits? That's the best one.
Ms. Hull, would you agree with me that that's evidence that Ms. Magbanua purchased that vehicle?
It's evidence that she's talking about purchasing it.
And this would have been in January of 2016,
According to that, yes.
before any.
I think we should have a poll, guys. What would Christopher DeCoast's favorite Beatles album be and why? Let's think about that for a second. I can't really see him being that into the experimental stuff. It's probably Help, isn't it? Who agrees? Right? Or Hard Day's Night? No, definitely Help.
Wiretaps.
I'm putting my money on Christopher DeCoast's favorite Beatles album being Help. He probably watches the movie every Sunday.
I don't know about the wiretap.
before any arrests.
Yeah, it would be before the arrest.
And in fact, the discussion is specifically about how much was paid for the vehicle.
Yeah.
Now, of course, there's a discussion in there about the amount to offset what would be the tax responsibility, but you would agree with me that there's no discussion in there about, hey, you know the car that I gave you for the murder? There's no discussion like that, right?
That's correct.
Instead, it's specifically the car that you purchased from me.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Let's go now to, and I think it's your 81E. I'm going to switch to it in a second. So let's talk about the cash now. Let's go back to that.
No, I can't see Christopher DeCoast picking up anything after they got into acid. You know, I mean, so anything past Rubber Soul, it's Help. It's Help.
And again, we agree that there's cash going into Miss Magbanua's accounts.
I agree, Patricia. Maybe he'd come back for Abbey Road, but
2013, 14, 15, 16, and there was that spike in 2014. We agree on that, right?
Yes.
And money's going in.
He actually looks a bit like he's wearing the same suit as Paul McCartney in that album cover.
Yes.
You have no reason to believe that Miss Magbanua is not depositing all of her cash, right?
Could you rephrase that?
You have no reason to believe that she's keeping money at home.
I wouldn't be able to tell.
Things that we don't know, right?
Yes.
Obviously, the $4,000 payment for the breast augmentation and the $1,700 for the Lexus, you don't.
No, it's Taxman a cappella. There's one for you, 19 for me.
Don't see a withdrawal, but other than that, you have no reason to believe that she's not putting her money in the bank.
Correct.
Now, would you agree with me that in your review you found something, let's use the word off or peculiar, with the way that she made deposits? That there was multiple deposits on the same day to different bank accounts?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes there would be multiple. She had a Bank of America account and a Chase account, and there were times that she would make 2 deposits at Bank of America.
Well, Elvis lasted longer, so he won in the end. He's the king.
Or Chase on the same day.
Correct.
Was that an issue for you as a financial investigator?
Not for what she's charged.
Okay. Now, you can't say the reason why somebody would do that. I mean, there could be transfer costs on bank accounts, right?
There's not usually a transfer cost from one account to another.
From bank to bank.
The only fees I can think of would be ATM fees.
All right. And you don't know what the max deposit account is for certain accounts, or all accounts, do you?
No.
Now, we're clear on the topic that we're talking about, right? On one day, there'd be multiple deposits into her same accounts, right?
Yes.
All right. You found in your review that was normal activity for Miss Magbanua, right?
It appeared to be consistent, let's put it that way.
So what we're talking about here is, what I've done is I've taken your exhibit and highlighted it in yellow. So we start in 2014. What you have are days where, for instance, in line 41 and 42, she's making a deposit at Bank of America and Chase. Line 40.
Yeah, girl for girl, but I mean, not in terms of longevity. I mean, when did they break up? It was 70, remember? Elvis was still doing fucking Suspicious Minds, which is great.
46, doing the same thing. You go down to lines 59, 60, and 61. She makes 2 deposits to Chase in the same day. Right?
Okay. Yes.
You would agree with me, though, that this was normal activity for Miss Magbanua. Because back in 2013, she was doing the exact same thing.
Yes.
2013, that's almost a year before she's even met Charles Adelson.
I don't know when she met him.
If they met in October, you'd agree that this shows 10 months before, right?
Yes.
So we've got his lines 3, 4, and 5. She's doing the same thing. She's making multiple deposits in the same day.
Yes.
You have no reason.
See, all Chris is doing for the jury here is acting confident, facing the data and saying, see, you can't say where that one's from, you can't say where that one's from, and that he's just hoping that, you know, if you actually took apart, he's just hoping to overwhelm the jury, so they just, all they see is, oh, well, the defense didn't seem worried, they seemed confident, so innocent. That's all you can do with a witness like this, with evidence like this, right?
You don't know why she's done that, right?
I do not.
And you have no reason to say to this jury that it was wrong for her to do it, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now we need to have a poll that says, would you rather die on the toilet covered in your own peanut butter, covered in a deep fried peanut butter and banana sandwich, or be shot in the street? It's a tough call.
Yeah, let's go forward in time. We're going now to.
And don't forget, the being shot in the street outcome comes with the caveat of having to be married to fucking Yoko Ono for years. Jesus Christ. I'll take the toilet. If Yoko is part of the deal, put me on the fucking toilet. Cover me in peanut butter and put me on a fucking toilet.
2016. And this continues throughout the life of the records that you have, that Miss Magbanua is doing the exact same thing. First, we have 2013, early 2014, 2015, she's doing the same thing, right?
That's correct.
No. 2015 doing the same thing. 2016 doing the same thing.
Yes.
And when does it stop to you? When does it appear to stop?
Well, the last note is the line 128 to February 11th, 2016.
Secreto Garcia was arrested right about here, right?
May 25th, 2016, I believe.
So after Secreto Garcia is arrested, you have no more of these cash deposits like this, right?
You're talking about the anthology albums, Red and Blue. Yeah, where it's like all of the stuff, but it's what do you call it? Studio versions. What do you call it? Like, well, not outtakes. What do you call it? Experimental rehearsals. Yeah, those are good.
Well, yeah, that's correct.
Now, your analysis of Miss Magbanua stops forever right here, line 135, August 10th, because she's arrested, correct?
This one stops because she made the last deposit of cash, but her records went on to the end of 16. There wasn't much activity though.
No activity after October when she's arrested, correct?
Except for automated charges.
Okay. Now, let's go back to 81. I hate to be a stickler, but Miss Kowals will get mad at me if I don't correct it. There's the occasional mistake, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's the occasional mistake, right?
And what?
What's this here?
Here's me that.
Sam Zanganeh. So she's been paying Sigfredo's attorney 3,000. Ooh. Inmate services. Look at these bank fees. Gym membership. Do you think she goes to the gym?
I mean, all of this, it's important that it's literally down to the penny to the dollar, correct?
Yes.
All right, so this name right here, you sat with Ms. Bloss's deposition, right?
Yeah.
Again, I'm not making a big deal about that, but she'll get mad at me if I don't correct it. It's co-ops, right?
Sorry,
Not cop-hats.
Good night,
Okay,
Amy.
so setting that up for something
Good night, Chief Operating Officer.
else that is a little bit more important, which is prior analysis that you've done in this case. That is a understandable and minor mistake. Years back in 2019, you had done a bar chart, the same color bar chart showing Ms. Magbanua's employment, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that this one that was done back in 2019 is different than the one that you presented here today.
Yes.
All right, the difference is that first, we don't have the SEO next, but that the employment of Broward Dermatology with Jerome Obed changes.
Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, that was because in your review you discovered a Bancorp wire transfer that you were able to attribute over to Dr. Obed that you previously weren't able to do.
The Bancorp, yeah, I guess that's what it was.
Well, let me ask you differently. You would agree with me that 2019 version is different than 2022.
Yes.
And would you agree with me that you had all the information to do the chart in 2019? You just discovered, wait a second, there was a mistake and you changed it.
That's fair to say.
Uh-oh.
Let's now go to the
So yeah, I just have to switch my earphone and put the other one on charge. But that all changes tomorrow.
let's go back to let's go to the Adelson Institute.
Okay.
Now, before we get into these checks, let's talk about something you said on direct examination, that you didn't receive records, like a performance evaluation or an application.
That's correct.
You'd agree with me that those aren't required.
They were required if they had them to submit
Yeah.
them. Yes.
By law in Florida or the United States, there's no requirement that an employer make somebody fill out an application.
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know if she filled out an application for Jerome Obed?
I don't know.
Same thing with the performance evaluation. That's something that if the employer does it, they do it, right?
Correct.
You as a witness, obviously you can analyze the numbers, but you can't say to this jury that she didn't work there, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
In your review of what you have, in fact, it indicates that she did.
Right.
But you see some things that are off.
Could you be more clear?
Yeah, you saw some issues. You saw sequential checks.
Gotcha.
You saw advance pay. That you saw some things that were a little bit off, and you brought that out in direct examination, right?
It's just analysis work, just giving all angles.
All right. So going back to the records for a second, did you get the records for Erica Johnson or Clarissa Loreda?
No.
Any other employee of the Adelson Institute?
No.
Do you know whether they filled out applications
I do not.
or whether they got performance evaluations
No.
or had a W-2?
I don't.
You would agree with me that there could be businesses out there that just don't do this stuff.
That's possible, yes.
But it doesn't mean that Ms. Magbanua didn't work there.
Correct.
All right. Now let's go back to the checks, these checks. You've never sat and spoken with Donna Adelson, correct?
No, I have not.
And for the jury, and correct me if I'm wrong, Donna Adelson is the one that's writing all these checks.
She signed all the checks, yes.
You don't know her work schedule,
I do not.
her check writing habits.
No.
You don't have any checks for those other employees to see if Ms. Magbanua's pay was any different than theirs, right?
There would have been checks in the bank statements that I looked at.
Okay, so have you done a spreadsheet for Clarissa Loreda or Erica Johnson?
No.
So you can't say whether this was in any way different than the way that Donna Adelson functioned for all of her employees.
That's correct.
All right.
And you can't say that Miss Magbanua didn't come across the lost gold of Cortez. You can't say that, can you?
Can you say when these checks were given to Miss Magbanua?
I can't.
No. What we have here, and I think the jury gets it, I want to go through it. This is the date that's posting, the check number, the amount, the date on the check, and that. And the issue that you saw is that the checks are being written before the memo date, right?
The check's being written before the end of the work week, which is listed in the memo.
Okay, and again, we don't know. I mean, Donna Adelson, she could work 1 day a week.
That's correct.
All right. How many times out of these 44 checks did Miss Magbanua cash the check, going on the posting date on the left, cash the check before the pay period ended?
None.
All right. That would indicate to you that she's not getting the check until after the pay period, correct? She could either be holding on to it and depositing it later,
That's true.
or she's not receiving it. Donna Adelson is coming in, doing a batch of checks, leaving them, and she's getting her checks after the pay period, right?
Correct.
You don't know either way.
That's correct.
Yeah, but Chris, we've established that she didn't do fucking anything for the Adelson. Wait until we get to Katie on the stand and fucking watch Sarah Dugan rip her to shreds.
Who would be the best person to explain Donna Adelson's check writing practices?
Donna Adelson.
You, having worked at the state level and the federal level, you understand that the government can subpoena her to get up on that stand and answer questions to this jury, correct?
They could.
And she could explain why checks were written in a certain way.
Yes.
And shed light on all of this.
That's true.
Now, this one we're going to have to do some calendar math. On direct examination, you were asked about Ms. Magbanua's surgery that was in October, and talked about this line right here, which was the pay period. Now, you'd agree with me that on all these memo lines, like September 18th, you got 19, 20, 21, there's 3 days in between the pay period, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then 14, 15, 16, there's like 2 or 3 days in between the pay periods, right?
Yes.
How many days are there in October?
31.
So if we were to go October 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and it starts on the 20th, and it goes to the 30th, that would give 31st, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. There are a couple of days that are in between there, correct?
Yes.
All right. You don't know whether Ms. Magbanua had taken a couple of days while the surgery was taken, which would explain why there is that greater gap in between the pay periods there.
That's possible, yes.
And you also don't know why that memo line was kept blank, do you?
No,
You don't know what Ms. Magbanua's work hours were at the Adelson Institute?
I do not.
Or what her work actually was?
That's true, I do not.
The fact that the memo line is clear could be an indication that she's working different days or that schedule is altered during that time, correct? Could be. You just don't know.
That's right.
Now, the theory here is that, if you know, the government's theory here is that this was free money for having helped with the murder, right?
I'm not really going to comment on their theory. I don't know.
Okay. Well, you were asked a question on direct examination of a flight that Charles Adelson paid for Miss Magbanua, right?
Yes.
All right. In review of Charles Adelson's iCloud data, have you seen the messages where Miss Magbanua pays him back for that?
I don't recall seeing that.
All right. Now, you've also gone through Miss Magbanua's Bank of America accounts. I have no doubt that you've gone through every single line,
Yes.
right? And you figured out all the amounts. 1 second, John. One brief moment, John. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Hall, I'm showing you one page on one of the statements. You know what that is, right?
Yes, it's Miss Magbanua's Bank of America account 6984.
And it's one page out of an entire statement with transactions from Ms. Magbanua?
Yes,
And you know what that is because you painstakingly went over every transaction over the years?
yes.
And that is in the same or substantially the same condition that it was in the last time you saw it?
I believe so.
Defense offer was the pre-mark is defense 20 is defense 20.
Any objection? Be admitted as defense exhibit 20.
Officer?
Yes.
So Ms. Hall, the thought was that the flight was a gift, right?
I cannot say, it just showed the charge for it.
All right, you'd agree with me that Ms. Magbanua was getting dental work done and being charged by the Edelson Institute paying for it, that she ain't getting stuff for free.
Objection to speculation.
That's sustained.
Did Ms. Magbanua pay the Edelson Institute for some procedure?
It appears so, yes.
Would that indicate to you that it is free or paid for?
It was paid for.
You were asked questions on your direct examination by Ms. Dugan, and you made a comment about a statement by Ms. Magbanua, right?
What statement?
So you said you reviewed Ms. Magbanua's statement, right? Testimony.
Yes.
And you were asked a specific portion of that, correct?
Oh, could you clarify what we're referring to?
All right, so on direct examination, you talked about a statement by Ms. Magbanua that you reviewed. Remember that?
Are you talking about her testimony?
Correct.
I don't think I reviewed any of her specific testimony.
Okay, so did I mishear on direct examination when you said that?
I don't remember ever saying that.
All right, have you reviewed those
No.
statements?
No.
All right, do you know they exist, right?
I know she was testifying last time at this first trial.
And Ms. Kappelman was asking her questions, right?
I believe so.
And it was about 4 hours long.
I was under rule. I couldn't watch it.
Understood. Fair enough. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Finally.
That was the bank statements I was asking you about.
Yeah, I don't.
Watch Sarah Dugan just tie this all up now. Thank you, Chris.
Ma'am?
It was bank statements, not her statement.
Okay,
So,
just want to be clear. He asked you about a payment from her account to the Adelson Institute. Do you know what doctor she saw at the Adelson Institute in January 2015, the same day as that payment, or which dentist she saw?
no, I don't.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to see her discussing which dentist she saw?
Sure.
Ms. Dugan, you can show it to us. Thank you. I can give you exhibits there too. So I would ask that you use the full one. Okay, we'll recall.
That correspond with the same date? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Did that help refresh your recollection about what dentist she may have seen that day?
According to those records, it says she saw Mr. Adelson, Harvey
Adelson, the father.
Adelson.
All right, while we're on the topic, or on the topic of Adelson Institute, I'll just ask this. As to Donna Adelson, you said you're familiar with the fact that the state can subpoena witnesses. Are you familiar with the fact that people that are suspected of crimes also have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent? Is that
Objection,
something?
Your Honor. Sidebar.
Let's go sidebar.
I'm just going to play this while they're having a sidebar. I haven't had Charlie's voice in a while, so.
Charlie,
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just got home from work.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Charlie,
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just got home from work.
Oh boy.
Right, the objection is sustained. The question will not be permitted, and move on to the next question.
Yes, sir. Would Adelson Institute employees like Erica Johnson or Clarissa Libredo, if they were asked about Donna Adelson's check writing practices, whether she wrote sequential checks, is that something that could possibly give us insight into that?
Yes.
You said, the records from Adelson Institute did not detail the hours, any hours that Katherine Magbanua worked or what her job was. Was the response from Adelson Institute sparse in comparison to responses you've received in analysis for businesses in the past?
Yes.
The defense showed you something in the iCloud where they were discussing the Lexus. Was there anything in the bank records that would indicate a payment from Katherine Magbanua to any of the Adelsons for this Lexus?
No.
Defense showed you this
So that's mine. Those are my notes, it may still be up there. Let me see the one again. No, it's the one that doesn't have SEO next to Jerome Over is off. I got it here somewhere, or it still may be up there. I'll look.
But basically, the defense showed you an employment timeline that you made a couple of years ago. And on that employment timeline, thank you, there was some information. On this employment timeline, or there's additional information on the current employee timeline than on the prior employee timeline, right?
That's correct.
Okay, do we have more bank records now than we had in 2019 in this case?
Yes.
Okay, so your employment timeline now reflects the additional bank records we have, any additional payments that she had from these businesses or other businesses from the additional months of records we got from January to July of 2013?
Objection, Your Honor. Mischaracterization of the cross-examination.
Overruled. You
Yes.
can answer.
Okay. So one of the reasons the employee timeline is different is because of the additional bank records that we received.
That's correct.
Okay. He also asked you about a payment that you were able to attribute to Jerome Obed that you originally had as an unknown source of income. You said it was a Bancor payment?
Yes.
So it was a payment from a bank called Bancor.
Yes.
And at the time, in 2019, you didn't know exactly what that was. So you put it as an unknown source of income in your pie chart.
Yes.
Okay. you put it as a source of income. It wasn't cash. It was a source of income that was deposited into your account. You just didn't know where it was from.
I believe I listed it as Bancor.
Bancor. Okay, thank you, Bancor. But then you were able to dig deeper and see it was actually a payment from Jerome Obed's office.
Yes.
So you added that to your employee timeline as well.
Yes.
Okay. So you found what was basically an income source that you weren't sure about. You found where it was a legitimate source of income and you listed it as such.
That's correct.
Okay, which is kind of in her favor.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Also in the employee timeline, the defense asked you about, it doesn't reflect if she was working in a job where she only earned cash at a nightclub. Okay, so if a nightclub like, let's say, a Hollywood Live, do you have any knowledge of Hollywood Live, what that is?
No.
If Hollywood Live is an all cash business, is that something that you would be able to track on your employment timeline?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Overruled.
If Hollywood Live is an all cash business, is that something you would be able to track on your employment timeline based on the bank records?
No.
If Katherine Magbanua worked at Hollywood Live prior to
Oh man, this really lost its fucking vibe, didn't it? Jesus Christ. George is a little better at the redirect.
Hollywood Live prior to July 2014, would she be working at Hollywood Live during the August cash fight?
No. No.
If she worked at Fate in 2015, April through June of 2015, when she received those bounce checks, would that be after the August cash spike?
Yes.
And they asked you about, could Dr. Obed have been paying her in cash? She was receiving paychecks from Broward Dermatology, where Dr. Obed was her boss.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And for Sigfredo Garcia, were his paychecks being deposited into her account in 2016?
No, they were in his account.
Okay. If she took him to court for child support in 2015, would his financial assistance in 2016 be after that?
Yes.
And your 2019 employment timeline, you had an employment timeline like this with bar graphs, but there was also one that had a line graph and a murder line, the same as this one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Distance measurements, time measurements also changed, don't they? You know the time 7:25. You know what they say for that in Holland? They say 5 minutes before half an hour to 8. 7:25. No. It's 5 minutes before half an hour to 8.
The person receiving these Adelson Institute checks where the time period for the dates worked is in the memo line. Would the person see that and could deposit it after that time period?
Oh, you have an objection?
speculation. As to
That's
what somebody else would
speculation.
say.
That's
Okay.
sustained.
The time period for the date worked is on each check, though.
Yes.
Charlie,
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just got home from work.
Hey, thanks so much,
Oh,
Riding
boy.
Shotgun. For coffee, but give Soap some love from me. Will do, Riding. Thank you so much.
Did you review Katherine Magbanua's tax filings?
I did.
Was there any indication in her tax filings in 2013, 2014, 2015 where she claimed any employment at any bars, restaurants, clubs?
No.
Did she report any cash tips on her tax returns?
No.
If you were hired by the defense instead of the state, would your analysis be any different of these bank records and employment records?
No.
Yeah, right, Acapella. This
All right, can we
witness
excuse the
would
witness?
love it.
All right, you're excused now. Thank you.
Oh, you can get back to your.
Statement call its next witness.
You can get back to your. What was it?
State calls Oscar Jimenez.
Oscar Jimenez.
I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Gripping. So who's coming in now? I think this is the undercover.
Jimenez,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, he's going to. Oh, foot cam. Foot cam. Let's look at George's shoes. Nice choice, Georgia. With that pantsuit, excellent. She looks like Esmeralda. No. What Disney princess has those colors? That's iconic from, is it Sleeping Beauty? What's her name? What is her name? Princess. You know, I'm not much of a shoe foot fetish kind of person at all, but I would definitely buy these on eBay because of the case, just because of the case. Well, if it were the Little Mermaid, she'd have a big fish tail. We got a foot cam, and George has just got this wadding tail, wadding scaly fish tail. She would look good holding a trident. Standing outside Leon County Courthouse, Georgia Kapperman in her suit, holding a golden trident. That'd be brilliant. That'd be brilliant. Aurora. Thank you, Riding Shotgun.
Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. So please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat. Just move you that. Scoot up to that microphone. Speak loud and clear into that, please.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Oscar E. Jimenez Jr. My first name is Oscar, middle initial E, Jimenez.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm retired.
What about back in 2016?
I was a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long were you employed with the FBI?
I was 22 and a half years.
What were your duties back in 2016?
Back then, I was assigned to a violent crime squad working human trafficking and innocent images.
As part of your duties, were you asked to participate in an undercover operation relating to a murder that occurred here in Tallahassee?
Yes.
All right, and was that the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes.
All right. And was this something that, this type of undercover operation, was it something you'd participated in before?
I've participated in numerous operations with different criminal activity, but I've participated in some like this also.
All right. And what was your role in reference to this particular operation?
In this operation, I was portraying.
And if that wasn't the fakest name I've ever heard, my name is Oscar E. Jimenez. What did he say? Junior? There's two of them? Well, that confuses things straight away. Oscar E. Jimenez Gonzalez. Oh, yeah, sure. Let's see your driver's license. I bet it says exactly that.
Myself as a Latin King member, and my job was to initiate a bump.
All right. A Latin King gang member?
Correct.
All right. And you were going to initiate a bump. What does a bump mean?
Well, a bump is a term we use in law enforcement where an undercover, like myself, would approach somebody, either a target or a subject of interest, and it would be used to either solicit information, give information, or possibly set up a follow-up meeting.
All right. And could the purpose be to generate discussion for a wiretap?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And on this particular occasion, I'm going to draw your attention to April 19th of 2016. What specifically were you asked to do?
On that particular day, I was instructed to bump Mrs. Donna Adelson and hand her a flyer.
All right. And when you say bump, are you going to walk up to her?
Did you ever see Ask Oscar, Patricia? It was this little, I don't know what he was. I think he was an otter, but he would come on TV and teach us about the weather. It was great.
That is correct.
And did that take place on the street in public?
It did.
All right. In Miami?
It is southern Miami, I believe.
All right. I'm going to approach with what I've marked as States 83.
I know, Jane. She's like
States 83?
she's like
Yes.
she's like a character from Midsummer Night's Dream or something. A wood nymph. What was the name? Oberon and I forget.
Yes, I do.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of what was on the piece of paper that you handed, other than the handwriting that we're going to discuss in a moment?
Yes, my recollection it is.
So you handed a piece of paper to Donna Adelson, correct?
That is correct.
Titania.
Okay, and everything that's on this paper was similar to what you handed her, or exactly the same as what you handed
Georgia Kaufman is Titania.
her, other than some handwriting.
What really stands out to me is Mr. Markel's photograph and the handwriting. I can't say for sure about everything else on the paper.
Okay, was there an article on the piece of paper as well, or could it have just been a photo?
No, I believe it was some type of news article.
Okay, but you didn't memorize the news article to say whether this is the identical one.
No, I did not.
Okay, so is it fair to say this is the same or similar, substantially similar to what you handed to Donna Adelson?
Yes, correct.
Judge, at this time, I asked to introduce States 83.
Any objection?
Ultimately, no, Your Honor, but there's a best evidence situation. It's not an exact copy of the original.
All right, that's overruled. It'll be admitted. States 83.
Yeah,
Yes.
and, you know, there's some weird dropping of the ball for the investigators sometimes. They didn't photograph the piece of paper that the undercover handed to Donna Adelson so that they could definitively record, document, this is what we gave to her. You know, there would still be an element of trust, but they didn't take a photograph. There was no record. They recreated it later on to show, to admit into evidence. I mean, why wouldn't you do that? It's just weird.
So we've got a article here with a photograph of Dan Markel, and you mentioned on the piece of paper that you handed to Donna Adelson there was something handwritten. What was handwritten on that piece of paper?
There was a dollar amount, and a phone number.
All right. And what was the dollar amount, if you recall?
I believe it was $5,000.
Okay. And what about the phone number? Do you have that committed to memory?
I do not. The only thing I know is that was my undercover cell number.
All right. And is there something that could refresh your recollection as to that?
My report, my 302.
All right. Do you have a copy of that on you?
I do not.
Okay. Give us just a moment.
He said the deposition he doesn't remember.
All right. So we've got a phone number on there that goes to what when you call it?
My undercover, it's a covert cell phone number.
All right. And if somebody during this operation was to call that cell number, they would either get you on the phone?
Just myself.
Okay. Or what? Possibly a voicemail?
Or a voicemail. Yes, there was a voicemail on it.
Okay. His 302. All right. And was the operation in which you approached Donna Adelson on the street and handed her this piece of paper, was that recorded?
Yes, it was.
How was it recorded?
It was recorded both video and audio.
All right. And were you wearing a body-worn camera on your person?
I was, and that recorder recorded audio and video.
Okay. And was there also a team positioned further away that could record the interaction from across the street?
That is correct. There were security teams that were also recording.
Have you had an opportunity to review both the body-worn camera video and what we're calling the combined video that puts your audio on with the video from across the street?
I have had a chance.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as states 112 and 113. And have you initialed both of those exhibits indicating that they're fair and accurate copies?
If we put George's suit on June Umchinde, we would have a Princess Jasmine from Aladdin that would be good enough for a school play, right? That'd pass. You could get away with that. Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Of both the recordings we just discussed.
That is correct.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to introduce States 112, which is the body-worn camera of an undercover operative, as well as 113, which is what I've described as the joint video that includes the video from across the street.
Any objection?
No more than the previous motions and objections.
All right, to be admitted as states 112 and 113.
All right.
Have you?
Talk to me.
Chris always leaves his mic on. He's such a busybody, isn't he? Talk to me. I'm giving you attention for a moment because I'm very busy. Talk to me. Talk to me. Tell me now. What is it? Is it an emergency? Is it important? Because I am very busy.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to publish
Talk to me.
States Exhibit 113, the combined bump video.
Okay.
Oh, they're going to show the bump video. Brilliant.
Black shorts. What is it? Yeah. Okay, bud.
I hate the way she walks. Is that the Miami Walk?
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. You're scared. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Pluto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem, you guys.
The problem up in Broward? I just want her to pull off his fake beard. Like, that would have been the boss move, okay? Fuck off.
North, and we want to make sure that
And then point at his chest and say, I can see your fucking camera. Pull off his beard, reveal his camera, and walk on.
he's going
And then give the finger to the guys filming you in the car. That would have been great, Donna, but you fucked it.
through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuco. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
And then poof, he's gone. Suddenly there was a change. You realize now your life is about to change. A lot of stress since that day, huh? 9 years this has been going on. April 19th, 2016. They really ruined Charlie Adelson's 420. My bonsai trees. Let me get you some bud from Bud. He's a buddy of mine called Bud and sells bud.
Not from this area.
Did that conclude your contact with Donna Adelson?
Yes.
All right, and I wasn't able to put my hands on your report yet, but I do have did you offer prior testimony in reference to this matter?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection regarding the exact phone number written on that paper to review that testimony?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with page 250.
Where are we looking? You just say it though.
About the middle of the page there, line 13. Yes, sir. Does that refresh your recollection about the number?
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be correct?
Yes, it does.
And what is that phone number?
305-712-6570.
So that was your undercover number at the time?
That is correct.
I want to ask you about a couple
popping?
other phone calls that
Acapella, is the audio popping? I can turn it down a bit now.
we hear your voice on. One is Did anyone ever call the undercover number?
They did.
All right, I want to ask you about April 28th, 2016. And I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 134. You had an opportunity to review that exhibit?
Yes.
All right, and is that a fair and accurate call of recording of the call that we're speaking of, where somebody called your undercover number and it was recorded?
That is,
Law enforcement.
yes.
All right. Judge, this is one of the exhibits we're going to discuss further at a later time.
All right.
All right, and then State's Exhibit 128, did you also make an undercover call to the Adelson Institute?
I did.
All right, and why? What was the purpose of that phone call?
I was trying to get Mrs. Adelson on the phone, and also the purpose to tickle the wire.
All right, and was that done on April 28th, 2016?
Yes, it was.
All right, so it's basically an additional bump to generate further conversation on the wire?
Another form, yes.
Okay, and is States 128 a fair and accurate copy of the phone call you made to the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
All right, and Judge, that's another exhibit we'll take up at a later time. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yeah. Kill myself on, so yeah, I'll take that. Good afternoon, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you.
All right. Let's talk about, for a minute, the operation that day. You guys were down on south of 5th and Miami Beach, right?
I believe so, yes.
There's a whole bunch of agents that were involved.
Yes.
Because you need to have it for security to have other agents around, correct?
Correct.
The Miami Beach Police Department, they were also involved.
Yes.
So we had dozens of personnel.
There's quite a few.
It's a good amount of taxpayer money of agents and law enforcement that are involved, right?
Yes.
There's also a high altitude plane.
That I don't. I
High altitude
understand
plane.
that my job in this operation was.
Did they have General Isom up there ready to parachute down to the arrest point? Why is there a high altitude plane? It's a 60-year-old lady who's picking up 2 kids. What's the deal with that? Miami SWAT were ready to go tactical on this thing.
Simply to be the undercover agent. What was in the air or how many law enforcement were around, I can't tell you.
I'm not saying it was your choice. To
No,
spend
I'm
the
saying
money.
I don't know if there was or there was not a high altitude plane is what I'm saying.
All right. But you'd agree with me that it was a full-on operation, right?
Sure, yes.
With respect to the letter that was given, and understanding that you're not the case agent,
Correct.
it's not you making the decision.
Yes, sir.
This is not the letter that was actually handed to Don Wilson,
Not the one that's on that.
nor is it an exact copy of it.
Well, I remember, to my recollection, I remember a news article, some type of news article, and Mr. Markel's picture on it.
You would agree with me.
Last couple of minutes towards our goal at the top of the chat, guys. If anyone forgot to support the channel and would like to, you can in the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
That you don't
But you don't have to.
remember exactly what was written on it.
Now I remember the dollar amount that was written on it, that it was handwritten on it, and the phone number that was written on it. There was a phone number written on it.
But you can't recall exactly how it was written, right?
How it was written? What do you mean by how it was written?
Are you telling this jury that you fully remember what was written on the paperwork that was given to Miss Adelson?
What was handwritten, yes.
Correct.
What was written on it. How it was written, I don't know.
Okay. You would agree with me that for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, it was an oversight not to make a copy of the exact one that was given over.
That is correct.
in the previous bumps that you've done previous bumps, right?
Numerous.
Copies are made of whatever's handed over to the target.
Yes.
Now, the purpose of these bumps, and I think it's obvious, but let's go through it, that you approach a target and you want to see what actions are taken after that bump, right?
Well, like I stated earlier, there's different purposes for a bump, but in this situation, that would be correct. We bump and see what would happen after.
You want to see who's going to contact who.
The purpose of the bump was to activate or tickle the wire.
All right. You want to tickle and see how it grows. Sort of like plant a tree and see how it grows, right?
Something like that.
All right. Now, you'd agree with me that there's two different ways to do this. You can do it organically, where you just go up and go, we helped you with the situation, we want money, right? Could have done that.
That's pretty much what we did.
But instead, it was not done organically because you said, my brother, right? You said your family, right? You said Katie twice, right?
Correct.
And you said Tuto twice.
That is correct.
And ultimately, there was communication between Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, and then Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia, who is Tuto.
That I don't, like I said, I don't know what happened
Not the
after
case
that.
agent. You would agree with me, though, that it could have been more effective to just not mention names of people to then see if people are going to communicate instead of giving a roadmap of what you think the communication should be.
I just did as I was instructed.
And that was Agent Patrick Sanford that instructed you?
That is correct.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment, I think I'm done. I'm done. All right. Thank you.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. You did prepare you call it a 302, but it's a report in reference to this matter, correct?
That is correct.
And the
302.
purpose of the 302 or the report is to document the details of what's done so that you don't have to remember the phone number 8 years later, 6 years later, how many ever years it is, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and your report did include the phone number as we just read to the
Objection,
jury?
Your Honor. Improper to read what's in the report.
State your question, please.
The report did contain the undercover phone number that we already read to the jury, correct?
Correct.
And it also contained the amount, the $5,000 amount that was written on the paper, yes?
I believe so.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, we can excuse the witness.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You're free to go.
All right, sir.
Okay, we're going to take our afternoon break now. We'll take about 15 minutes, and Deputy will take the jury out, and we'll be back to resume with the testimony about 3 o'clock, okay?
Shoe cam. So we don't get to see his face, but we know exactly what kind of shoes he wears. Let's get a close-up on these babies. Oh! Ooh. What have we got? Some simple loafers. Patent leather. Have you read an issue of GQ in the last 15 to 20 years? Yeah. But you know why he wears those? So he can walk quietly and sneak up on people.
But it's not.
All right, jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed, and we'll be in recess until 3 o'clock. Start promptly at that time.
And Christopher DeCosta is going to go and sculpt a bust of Paul McCartney out of a block of ice in the break. Okay, I think that's it on the... Oh, who have we got now? Who's this? See if we can guess from the shoes. Looks like some sort of expert witness. Oh, I think I'm right.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
This is a very short witness.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Special Agent Louis Bronstein, Louis Bronstein.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a special agent with the FBI.
What about back on April 20th, 2016?
At that time, I was a special agent with the FBI.
All right. Did you participate in a surveillance operation in Miami at a restaurant called Dolce Vita?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you a few questions, like what type of place is that?
It was a small restaurant and kind of a strip mall type setup. Served pizza and gelato, that kind of stuff.
All right. Do you know where it is exactly?
North of Miami Beach.
Okay. What was the objective of the operation that day?
If I remember correctly, I was tasked with surveilling Charlie Adelson.
Okay. And was Charlie Adelson going to be in the restaurant meeting with someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
Katherine Magbanua.
Okay. And were you supposed to, when you said you're supposed to surveil them, what equipment were you using to do that?
I can't actually remember did he testify at Charlie's trial? I don't remember that. We saw his face at Donna's arrest.
Right as I arrived in vicinity of that restaurant, I met with another agent in the parking lot and was given a audio-video recording device.
All right. And was the recording device in proper working order that day?
Yes.
And were you able to capture some images as well as some audio at the neighboring table?
Yes.
Okay. So can you kind of describe the setup of where you were in relation to Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua?
Yes. When I entered the restaurant, I saw that they were seated towards the back, about as far back as you can go into the restaurant. So the north end of the structure. And I saw that there was a vacant.
Yeah, how are the silver Adidas going, Patricia Burns? Keeping them clean?
Table, or one side is like a booth type seating up against the wall, and then chairs on the other side. So I sat as close as I could get to them without looking suspicious, I guess you could say.
Okay. And you had this equipment, was it camouflaged in some way?
Yes, it's in like a laptop bag, messenger bag type of thing.
All right. And during the initial minutes of the audio, it's particularly difficult to hear. Was there any movement associated with you positioning yourselves in those first minutes or positioning the microphone closer to the subjects?
Oh, certainly.
Okay. And do you know about how long you were in there?
Roughly 1 hour.
And do you see the person in the courtroom today who met with Charlie Adelson and whose conversation you attempted to record on that day?
Yes, I do.
Could you point that person out and describe what she's wearing?
Seated, wearing glasses and a white shirt.
Okay, we got two of those.
In between the two attorneys.
All right, thank you. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. Have you had an opportunity to review the recording that came from your efforts?
Yes.
Okay. And it was a noisy restaurant, right?
That's correct.
A lot of background noise?
Yes.
That wasn't something that you were in control of?
That's correct.
Okay. You went in there, were you alone or were you with somebody else?
Another individual came into the restaurant and sat with me.
Okay. And was that person also an undercover?
Yes.
All right. And was that person also equipped with recording equipment?
Yes.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 114?
Yes.
Are these your initials on the thumb drive?
They are.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate copy of the recordings that you and the other agent were able to capture that day in the restaurant?
Yes.
But at this time, I've asked to move in evidence State's 114.
All right, it'll be admitted subject to the previous objections made on the record.
Yes, Your Honor, and assuming they're the originals.
This is the original. Okay. So the recording device that was encapsulated in the laptop bag you were carrying, Is that a high-tech, high-quality recording device?
Yes.
And it contains multiple, like an array of microphones that try to capture sound from different directions?
Yes.
Okay, so could you overhear the conversation that was occurring between Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua?
I could overhear that a conversation was taking place. Due to the background noise, I could not discern what was exactly being said, except for one particular moment where it sounded like the air handler for the climate control for the building just stopped for a brief moment, and there was a substantially smaller amount of background noise.
All right, and you were able to hear the words that were said at that time?
Yes.
And what were those words?
Something to the effect of, and then she turned, and it was a fragment of a sentence that I made note of in an FBI Form 302.
All right, and who was the speaker of that fragment of sentence?
Charlie Adelson.
All right. Are you able to tell the jury whether, from your perspective, whether one speaker or the other was louder between Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua?
I think Charlie Adelson was louder.
Okay. At any time during the time that you were seated next to them, did anyone get up and storm out of the restaurant, either of Mr. Adelson or Ms. Magbanua?
Yes, if I remember correctly, Mr. Adelson did.
He got up and stormed out? And would that be on the record?
Christopher DeCosta's Baron Trump at age 12. Yeah, I see exactly what you mean. Look at him there.
Recording?
It's possible.
Okay. During the time that they were seated having a conversation, were the two of them, did they seem to be mutually engaged in conversation, or did it seem like only one party was speaking?
No, they seemed to be engaged with one another.
Okay. And
based on body language.
Okay. And then it's your recollection that he left first and then she left afterwards? Something else?
I would have to see the video to be certain of that.
Okay. So would the video be the best evidence of their departure?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, please. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Your Honor. Thank you. Agent, good to see you again.
Likewise.
Now, 2016, you had been with the FBI for a while, right?
I had been sworn in as an agent at the beginning of 2015 in January.
Now, if you could explain to the jury how the Department of Justice is over your agency and sort of the breakdown of that.
Well, briefly, the Federal Bureau of Investigation is a component of the Department of Justice, wherein we serve as the investigative arm, if you will.
All right. Now, let's talk about the Department of Justice policy when it comes to things like recordings and reports. If you as an agent are speaking to somebody who is in custody, what is the Department of Justice, I'll refer to it as DOJ, what's a DOJ's policy when dealing with in custody people? You have to record that, right?
I would have to have the regulation in front of me to speak to it, but generally speaking, that is the protocol.
All right. Now, if a recording for some reason is not done, you do a report, like you just talked about, a 302, right?
Yes.
This is DOJ policy that this stuff is documented, right?
Yes.
All right. Let's now turn to 2016, Katherine Magbanua. You talked a little bit about what you saw. Would you agree with me that nothing stood out to you with her demeanor as you saw her from across the restaurant at the table in Dolce Vita?
My impression was that she was engaged in a conversation with Charlie Adelson. That was my overall assessment, if you will.
And that's the extent of your assessment?
Yes.
All right, 1 second. I'm going to check with co-counsel. All set. Thank you, Agent. Good seeing you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
We can excuse the witness.
You can be excused.
All right. Thank you, sir. Have a good day. State may call its next witness.
State calls Keith McElveen.
Keith McElveen, please.
Yeah, right, Sid. Just the content of what they were saying in that restaurant is nuts, isn't it? Why the fuck would you have that conversation in the restaurant? You've just been talking in the car. Hey, you want to get coffee? I could use a coffee. Let's talk over coffee. Crazy. All right, let's have a quick call before we sign off. Sign off. But what call will that be? How about this one?
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey. So is everything okay?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard or seen anything since I spoke to you. I'm just down here in Lauderhill.
Oh, you're working for it today?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, remember that Haitian office?
Yeah. Oh, you were there till late?
Yeah, I won't get out of here till fucking 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I'm scared. Like, your mom must be, like, freaking out and shit.
Well,
like,
yeah.
Somebody fucking friend her. Like, hello?
Well, someone literally, like, walked up to her on the street in South, called her by name, handed her something. She was, like, so shaken up, she really didn't want to talk to me on the phone. And she, like...
But didn't she, like, tell your dad so, like, they can call the cops or something?
No, that's why she wants to talk to me. And, you know, and then we may have to call the police. But she's going to talk to me first. I don't want to do anything just yet to see, you know, I mean, that's probably the appropriate thing to do. I mean, there's sick people that come out of the woodwork that try to make claims. I mean, fuck, if it's, I don't know what, I don't
like somebody's threatening your mom in broad daylight, handing
literally,
her an envelope and asking her to give them money. Like what the fuck
I don't even, she didn't even go into all the details. And I'm pretty sure the person in the thing mentioned, I thought she said your name, that's why I called you up. If they
what does that have to do with me?
I don't fucking know. But they said, like, if there was something about me and ex-girlfriend and whatever. So I thought it's like.
Are you having any problems with any of your ex-girlfriends that's like maybe trying to sabotage you?
Whitney's still crazy as a fucking loon, but that's never changed. But I'm 99% sure when I was talking to her, she said it's mentioned your name, and if I'm mistaken, then I feel like the biggest fool in town.
But like what? Like my name is on a paper?
I don't, trust me. I'm gonna see what it says when I go down there tomorrow. And she was just shaking up, and she wanted me to talk to her to find out. Like, I mean, I don't know. All I do is work all the time. So
yeah,
I don't.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
It's weird. And at first, when she was talking to me, I'm like, was it did I get sued from someone from a dental office? She's like, no. I'm like,
yeah, it's Katie.
She's like, I want to talk to you. I'm like, well, was it the IRS? And she's like, no. I'm like, did a patient write something stupid on Yelp? She's like, no.
Yeah, but how would they know your mom's name? Like, that's weird.
I know her name and knew who she was and walked right up to her. She said the person wasn't threatening. It was very polite. A white male in his 30s. She said she'll remember the face for the rest of her life, and made some very crazy accusations and very crazy demands. And I was like, what the fuck
but
is this about?
she just, like that person just started demanding things from her?
I don't even know. She didn't even go into that many details. She just kind of told me that. I thought she'd mentioned your name, but again, I may be mistaken until I go talk to her and see what they wrote. And then the kids were in the background; they were making noise. So I'm like, all right, I'm coming down.
Your mom said to talk to me?
What's that?
Your mom said to talk to me?
No. I'm gonna go down. I said the kids were in her background, not your kids.
Oh.
And I was like, let me just. I'm like, no, I'm just gonna go. Yeah, mom wants to talk to me. I mean, who knows? I mean, if it was another girl's name and not your name, I'm going to feel like an idiot. But for some reason, I thought.
Yeah, I have no problem with you whatsoever, so.
Yeah, that's why
That's what I'm saying. Maybe you have a crazy ex-girlfriend that's like.
Yeah, and like, who goes to someone's parents? Like, dude, if someone has a problem with me, that's.
Yeah.
Like, I'll talk to your mom, but. The odd thing keep running through my head is that obviously, I think it's just some sicko from the newspaper looking people up, because the only reason is this, is that if it had anything that come from me or involved me, it would have just come to whoever it is, would have come to me. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but like that's
why?
harassment to your
Yeah.
mom.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I mean,
okay, that's like not cool. Like that's
this
somebody
kind of thing.
like.
If it was the police that have come to me, and if it was the Latin King, he would have come to me, because T was behind what happened to me.
That's a fucking. The first thing would have been like, "Who the fuck are you? Why are you giving me this piece of paper?"
Yeah.
Like,
trust
like
me, like I said, I wish I knew more, but the kids were in the background, and it was like she couldn't even talk to me. And I said, "All right, I'm coming down tomorrow. I'm gonna have her make a copy of the paper, and I'm gonna take a look at it." And I don't.
yeah,
like I said,
but it's kind of like you shouldn't let something like that linger. Like, is she gonna be in a safe place? Like,
well, no, I have a very safe building. I mean, the person came up with her on the street. Like,
I know, but
It's Katie. What's the confusion? It's Katie.
you don't know how crazy it is. Like,
whoever it was,
fucking crazy people out there.
And you
Well, she's at work probably. She's at her desk.
gotta realize it's south of Fifth. It's not like you're in the fucking. I mean, south of Fifth is on lockdown. There's cops on every other street of south of Fifth. There's cops that they just keep south of Fifth sitting there. So it just was crazy that somebody would just walk.
Yeah, there are cops just sitting there. Protect the fucking money, right?
Someone knew who she was, knew where she'd be, at what time she'd be there.
That's why I'm afraid. Like, hello, like, how can it be that, like, things like that is stuff that you see on TV. Like, that's why I'm scared. That's why I'm like calling you back, because it's like, shit.
Well,
like,
that's how I know.
Yeah, you have a safe place. Yeah, but
I know, but Katie, if someone wants to find you, they find you. It doesn't matter who you are or where you are, unless you're the president of the United States. If they want you, they get you.
I know, but why would they threaten your mom
about
anything?
I don't know what exactly they threatened. I think it was just more of a demand. So what I'm saying is I don't know, and I'm going to find out tomorrow. I thought my mom said the letter had mentioned your name, but this is the weird thing that keeps running through my head. If it mentions your name, and obviously you're my ex, why wouldn't the person just come find me and talk to me? I'm easy to find. Like, come find me and come talk to me. Why deal with my mom if it involves one of my exes? Like, I don't even know why she fits into anywhere in all this. It's the whole thing. The whole thing is very
Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna talk about me. Like, I'm like your 100th ex.
Yeah, you're like
You've gone out with probably every Katie in the world.
Well, and like I said, I haven't seen the letter. If it didn't mention your name, it mentioned some other chick's name, then I like.
But you're like scaring me now. Like, what the fuck? Like,
I know.
You don't want a random person coming up to me.
Well, of course, and I got like 10,000 exes and baby mamas.
Exactly.
And baby mamas. So it could be one of my baby mamas.
Yeah, but it's like it's for somebody to come up to your mom and stuff like that, and like in broad daylight. That's scary.
Yeah. Anytime a stranger does that, that's scary. And hands you an envelope. So hang on a second, I gotta sign something. What am I signing? Okay. That wasn't a root tip, that was bony sequestration. That's what it was, right?
I mean, you should try to. Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, I just was gonna.
I mean, you should try to like talk to your mom now and make sure that she's okay. I mean, not talk to her, but like
she's fine. She was just startled, and it's hard to get her on the phone because of the kids. That's why I'd rather just talk to her in person. So I'm gonna
say, like, you should try to talk to her tonight. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but sometimes it's hard to talk on the phone because of the.
She does these things when she talks. She's like, well, you should try and call her tonight because, hello. Who are you? Okay. Who are you? Number one. Like, she actually talks like that.
Kids.
No, but don't talk to her on the phone. Talk to her. Go see her. Like, that's your mom.
I know, but I'm not going to get down there till 11 o'clock, and then my dad's going to, I don't even know if she wants to say anything to my dad because she doesn't want to upset my dad. that's why she wants to talk to me to see what the. And I'm curious as hell. I have no idea what anything can involve you or any other ex or what it's involved. Part of me wants to go down there, and other parts like she doesn't want to say anything to my dad. She wants to like ask me if I know of anything or if anything's, probably pick my brain first and then talk to my dad. But I'll see. If it did mention your name, I'll let you know. If it didn't mention your name, then I'll try to find out which one of my other 87 exes it could be.
I didn't have anything to do with you. I have a very good relationship with you. So
it's not that. I just don't.
I'm not.
I hope. I want to listen. I'll keep you in the loop if you're in the loop. If you're not in the loop, you're not in the loop. So if it mentions your name, when I see it,
yeah, there's a loop. There's a layered loop. Okay, we've got a loop here, and then there's a layer, and then another loop, and we're in the loop. So if you're not in the loop, then you'll be in another layer. Okay. How is that not clear?
Start calling every ex you have?
What's that?
Did you start calling every ex you have? Because
I'm gonna be on the phone for like 3 days. Listen, if it mentions your name, I'm slammed here at the office. If it mentions your name, I'll come see you tomorrow and show you what it says. If it
I saw that, Patricia. It was funny.
doesn't, I'll probably show you what it says anyway and pick your brain, because you're like one of my best friends. So no worries. At least it's not the IRS or.
Is it because I work for you?
I got no fucking clue. I mean, I think the thing is there's someone looking for money. There's a lot of fucking whack jobs out there. Let me call you back as I'm still at the office, but I'll definitely, after I see what it is, if it has anything to do with you, then I will definitely reach out to you tomorrow.
What does it do with me? Like, oh my God, you're scaring me. Like,
I know. Listen, obviously, listen, if it was a police matter, the police would come knock on my door, I'd talk to them and help them out with whatever they could. If it's a fucking lunatic, then you deal with lunatics different ways.
I'm supposed to get, like, employee of the month. What the fuck did I do wrong?
Stop it. Just make sure you call those patients that they gave you the list from the other day. I gotta go.
I did. I always do.
All right, I gotta go. Bye.
Well, obviously, if it was a police matter, they'd come knocking at my door, and I'd help them any way I could. Oh, yeah. It's really easy to see what you're doing there, man. I mean, crazy. Yeah. What time is it? Oh, we're only 3 minutes away from certain death. And I've literally been awake for 29 hours, and I only had 2 hours sleep before then. How do you do it, Metrix? How do you do it? See if we got a short one. Have we got a short one? 2 minutes 49. Look at that. Perfect. What is it? We don't know. I don't know. Clarissa Lebreda. No. No. I don't know. What was that? Can you imagine going for a meal with her? Sarah, do you feel like I think I'm going to go for the chicken. Have you made up your mind? I don't know. No. Okay, well, I'm ready to order. Are you going to have anything or not? I don't know.
Yo.
Oh, I gotta spit.
Huh?
I gotta spit this ruby.
What?
I gotta spit the ruby that came out of my mouth right now.
Ew. Why are you telling me?
I don't know. What are we gonna eat for dinner? What are we gonna eat for dinner?
I don't know, man. You wanna cook? Okay. Let me check the pasta. It's easy, man. Get the angel hair pasta. You gotta boil the chicken.
Oh my God! Why are you saying this out loud? Like, I don't know how to cook.
Oh man, nobody's listening. Everybody's on the phone. Nobody's listening to me.
Boil the chicken? I mean, yeah. I mean, it's better cooked another way.
You gotta
Just
pass
boil
me
the
the
chicken.
paper really quick because I wanna see if I have money. I got.
You gotta pass out the what?
Victoria's Secret. Been wanting to go and I think it's gonna expire.
It's 4 o'clock, bro. It takes forever.
You know, Sigfredo probably fucking boils pizza. How long do I need to boil the pizza?
I'm not. No. God, you took forever in Men's Warehouse.
So you're not.
You can't hear me. I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. That's why I passed by Yunjo's job because one of the realtors needs a part-time assistant. And I was like, bro, I'll do it. And then
I better not be no young, good-looking guy.
no, I told me he's an old guy. Like a Russian or not Russian, but he has like so Eastern. Like he can speak English, but he doesn't. It's not clear. Can you just be happy at least?
Look who's talking, Katie. He can speak English, but it's not clear. You really shouldn't be throwing around opinions like that, you know, from you.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just got home from work.
I'm happy.
Oh, hey. Oh, I wondered what the fuck was going on then. Thank you, Jessica, for the coffee. Fantastic. Last call coffee. Jessica, thank you. Fantastic.
The kids wanted you to pick them up.
What?
The kids wanted you to pick them up, but I'll get them.
Pick up the kids.
But they wanted you to get them.
Yeah, they'll be okay. They always wanted you to pick them up every day, so.
Yeah, well, now they're asking. You always get to freaking buy stuff. I'm never doing anything.
All right.
Yeah, he's got to go. The pizza's boiled. Oh. I don't know. It's not that clear in court either, acapellas. That was in South Beach. Oh, man. Okay. What are we? 4 hours and 2 minutes. I hate to see you go, but I love to watch you leave. Okay. Yeah, no. Thanks again, guys, for being here for another Metrix show. Yeah, we're trying to put in some structure, you know. Try to put in some rigid structure. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking shows, regular time, Mondays, Tuesdays, not Wednesdays, yes, Thursday, Friday, Saturdays, not Sundays. But then sometimes Sunday fun days, right? Is that clear? Does that make sense? Is everyone happy with that? Yeah, no, I think that's good. So we do Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday as like fixed things. Because I know there's confusion where it's like, is there a show? Is there not a show? And you know, and I know that the notifications go out way too late. And the other day when I missed the show, the reason is because our chief operating officer said, fucking Metrix, put out that fucking notification early, get it done. I don't care what you got to do, get it done. You got to do it, do it, do it. So I did it. And then I did it so early that before the scheduled time, I thought I'll just grab a little bit of sleep. But the phone was on silent. So I just slept right on through and missed the whole damn show. Oh. So yeah, it came from striving to improve. Okay, just so you all understand that. So yeah, no, but it's going to be good. It's going to be good to put the structure in place, and the structure should be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then sometimes Sunday, Funday, maybe 2 a month, with like a random case that we can just have a look at and say goodbye to. I think we're going to do one of those tomorrow, maybe. I've been prepping it today, and I was going to do it today, but I thought just a little bit more prep and it'll be even better, right? But I've got the thumbnail picked out and everything. You're going to love it. So yeah, no, thanks for being here, guys. Thanks to all the chatters, the super chatters, the super sticker givers, the super coffee go getters, the super, no, what is it? The super chatters, the super sticker givers, the super coffee go getters, and the bulletproof Metrix moderators, including our chief of security, our chief secretary, and our chief operating officer. Yeah, no, wonderful to be here, wonderful to see y'all, and we'll see you soon. We'll see you tomorrow at some point, or on Discord. Come and join us on Discord. And where's the outro? Got to sort this outro out as well. I'm gonna do a nice outro with all the names, like of the supporters on the outro as a thank you, as an acknowledgement, because we so appreciate having all the support. You know, we depend on you guys to keep doing this, and it's just so great that we have support, and we couldn't be more appreciative. So we need to acknowledge that and put it on the fucking screen at the end instead of just playing this pathetic welcome video every time. Welcome to another episode. It's the outro, dickhead. It's the fucking outro, dickhead. Okay, so all those things are happening, and more things are happening. Good things, big things, exciting things. Where is the thing? It's this one. See you later, guys. Metrix out, I think.